Welcome to the GameChanger 00100 show. I'm your host, GameChanger, and today we have special guest Chantelle Simone, and we're going to talk about the characters in the movie The Color Purple. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm okay. I cannot complain. I really want to get through this series. After you, I have one more character to cover, and yeah, I
hmm
look forward to that because once again, not watching the movie, and I want to encourage you all to not give them your money. So if you can find a way, or if you're looking for a way, I can help you. Wink, wink, nod, nod, and yeah, you'll be able to see the movie without giving the Gunocracy your funds. Now,
hmm
while I have you here, and I know that you've seen it one time before on movie night, and you're seeing
hmm
it again recently. Thank you for doing that for this show. Um, who's your favorite and least favorite character from the movie?
So funny enough, I knew you were gonna ask me that because I was watching your show with Bella Rings last
Uh-huh.
yesterday.
So you had time to think about it. Okay.
I had time to think about it, and I'm gonna have to say Shugs Avery.
Okay.
I know it's controversial to say she is, but in terms of and that's from a surface level, right? Now, if we're talking about in intellectually thinking deep into the movie and analyzing what each character represents, I would have to say, oh, that's tough. Yeah, it has to stay on a surface level because there's unfortunately no character in the movie that has a positive representation.
Okay. Well, let me ask, what on the surface level do you like about Suge Avery? Because I didn't expect that answer, I'll be honest with you. But
Yeah,
what on the surface level did you like about Suge Avery's character?
I would say she was the most entertaining on the surface level, like just watching the movie just to watch the movie, not thinking deep into it. She was the most entertaining one.
Okay. What if somebody was to just say, I think Sexy Red is the most entertaining?
Yeah, I can see it. But then remember, the movie itself was not created for you to think deep into it. It was created for you to just have it as entertainment while it invades your subconscious mind. So
Oh,
that's why I emphasize on a surface level. Sexy Red is very entertaining on a surface level until you start
she is not
analyzing.
entertaining. Not even on a surface level.
Well, I honestly don't know. I don't know Sexy Red. I don't watch her or anything, but in terms
Because
of
she's not entertaining.
entertaining, in terms of she does what she have to do to get attention, whether good or bad attention.
Okay.
So she's getting the attention, right?
Not from you
Um,
or I, but yeah, I
yeah,
see that.
but
Yeah.
but you've got to pay attention to it's the surface level. So she's getting the attention from people who don't think critically,
Okay, fair enough.
right? So her name is in the media because even the fact that I know about her when I don't even pay attention to hip hop or rap or whatever genre she does, she's doing she's doing her job. Um, and you probably won't know this person, but for my Jamaicans in the chat or island people in the chat, Alkaline, he is one of my favorite artists, not because of what he represents or his music, but because of how he marketed himself when he came on the scene. Now, what he did, it was rumored that he tattooed his eyes black, right? If you were to Google him, you'll see. He
Okay.
tattooed his eyes black. Turns out they were contact lenses because, is that even possible? I don't know. But I respected his marketing tactic. I respected what he had to do to get the audience's attention, whether good or bad. He did something. So I'm thinking of it from a marketing standpoint. So I'm thinking of Sexy Red, Suge Avery from a marketing standpoint, whether good or bad. You get where I'm going with that?
I get where you're going with that, but it okay, so when you look at the people who flash, and a person who flash would be somebody like the person you described or Little Wayne or something like that. and then you look for somebody like who don't really flash but still is talented, like Tupac and or your crush Idris Elba.
Mhm.
Like there are people who are talented, with substance that still garner attention. It seems like they just don't want it as bad, and maybe that's why. Maybe that's what makes them interesting to people, that they're not trying as hard.
Yeah, because they have actual talent. No, Sexy Red does not have talent.
Okay, so
And no,
basically,
wait, let me back up. No disrespect to Alkaline. I see K Couple in here. Alkaline has talent. I just use him as an example.
okay, I if you
Hmm.
would ask me who that man is, I
I
would.
know, I know.
I thought he was the guy that invented the battery, but yeah.
No, but it's like it's kind of like being vulgar, being out there, as I said, on a surface level. No, would I associate myself with a Shug Avery? Absolutely not. Would I recommend anybody or advise anybody to be like Shug Avery? Depends on the outcome you want. No, she wanted that outcome to be famous, right? So she did what she had to do to be famous.
Uh, okay. I'm gonna get into that because I have my own feelings about Suge Avery. So and
Hmm.
that's why we're having this topic today. So,
Hmm.
all right,
And
let
then
me.
for so that she was my favorite. So for my least favorite, I
Okay.
would have to say Sophia because she's just too much. She was just too much to the point where the character was you can tell that she was trying to overcompensate.
I don't see any difference. Okay, wait. Okay, so let's start with how wasn't Suge Avery too much?
Because Sugar Avery was already famous. Remember in the first scene, well, the first couple of scenes when Celie went to live with Mister
Uh,
and Sugar Avery flyer hit the wall, like hit her poster hit um
yeah,
the door. Remember that scene? So she was already famous and she had already set like a standard for herself. Um, Now, Sophia, being this overweight woman who had to sponge on her sister and her sister's husband, came in with so much what's the word I'm looking for? Entitlement,
hmm,
where it's like just chill. At least Suge Avery was bringing status because Suge Avery, when Harper opened his bar thingy, Suge
true,
Avery brought him customers, right? Like
right,
what Sophia had this loud mouth, she was big, and like she thought, she could tell anyone and anything. There no rules were to apply to her, and she really gave nothing. She did not even want to serve this man a cold glass of water,
true.
right? So it's like that's why she was my least favorite.
Okay, I see that. And also, and I don't know if you got this when I was telling Bella Rings this yesterday, but Harpo thrived without her significantly more than he did with her.
I saw
And
that
that's,
part, yeah.
yeah, that is very, very telling about the quality of a woman, in my opinion.
Exactly. So she really um did like contributed nothing to no one. At
Well, she
least
seemed like she was stifling him, to be perfectly honest.
exactly.
Yeah,
At least Shug Avery contributed to his bar by bringing in customers that one night she performed.
true. Good point. Good point. I didn't even see it that way. All right. So, opening scene. This is right before they introduce Suge Avery. They make it a point to, while playing around with the kids, she's sitting there with dirt on her face. The kids were putting dirt on her face. So you have a woman who is written to be unattractive already, and she's going to meet her husband's mistress, which is, little awkward, little awkward. And she's going to do so with an old napkin wrapped on her head and literal dirt on her face. I don't know why they was setting this scene up so terrible to Celie's favor, but that's exactly what happened. And let's go to the next slide. So Suge Avery comes in, drunken from the rain. Celie is just interested to see her face so much. And Suge Avery looks up, looks into her eyes, and said, "You show is ugly." Now, I was a very young I was a kid when I first seen this movie. So anything would make me laugh. In particular, my grandparents on both sides had Southern accents, and some of the stuff they said to me, or the grammar that they used, was just funny to me because it was so foreign. I remember cracking up to this as a kid, and the adults were staring at me. She said, "You show is ugly." I was dying when she said that. And I also was thinking, and I shared this with Bernard, that she's not an attractive woman, or at least she's not much hotter than Celie. And I think that she's written that way. There, in the time, there were a lot of very beautiful women who could have played this part, who would have played this part. But it seems like she was really beautiful in the eyes of Mister and the drunken people who like her entertainment style. But to well, what's your thoughts?
I would agree on that point that she is not as attractive as I would have expected her to be.
Hmm.
Um, I mean, I watched the movie, I want to say once before, and then I watched it with you guys at game night, at movie night.
Hmm.
Um, but for some reason, I just could not. I think that was probably in 2020. It had to be, right? 2020, 2021.
Yeah, it was one of the first movies I showed in movie night. So yeah,
Yeah. So it
that's
was
very
very
early
like
on.
there were a
Yeah.
lot of information that I was seeing last night when I watched, or the night before when I watched it. I was expecting her to be way more attractive. I think that that scene, that line, "You sure is ugly," played significance because if you remember, Celie had went upstairs to get pretty as much as she could, when
Hmm.
she saw her pulling in, remember?
Right, but she
So
didn't
with
have time, so she
mhm,
literally had the dirt on her face, and
mhm,
she still
mhm.
had dirt on her face, literal dirt.
And I agree with you that they could have chosen so many other actresses that look more attractive than this one.
Right.
So I wonder what was the intention behind that.
Well, I have my theories, and I'm going to share those with you. I'm definitely going to do that because I do think it was calculated. There is a reason why they didn't have a 80s bombshell
Mm.
on here. I think that that was definitely calculated.
Reppin magazine says she was beautiful in her geolocation.
Well, she does live in a rural route on Georgia. I mean, well, they
Hmm.
are in a rural route in Georgia. So, like, beautiful equals not my cousin seems to be like what was going on back then and there. However, they
Wait, stick a pin.
say that again.
Beautiful equals not my cousin.
Yeah, because like if you if you're in like a town of 1,000 people, and yeah, I would assume that whoever isn't whoever is least related to you is the hottest thing there. At least I hope you think that way, right? Like, all right, am I wrong?
No, it's just wild to think of it where it's like, um I won't name names, but there's a content creator who I want to say she's from Mississippi,
Oh,
who
oh God.
if your options in Mississippi, or it's like I'm laughing because maybe his next option was his cousin. So he's like, dang, well, gotta take her.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, ooh, she's so not cousinly. Yeah. So I mean, maybe that's what's going on. It's but I do know I wouldn't want to be in that geographical location, but there were some like I seen a couple of cuties in extras in the church and in the juke joint. But then again, they may have been cousins, so like yeah, you take what you can get when you're from Mississippi, or you're from like I think his address is like Route 2 in Georgia or some crap like that. Yeah. So, but yeah, so she starts off with your show is ugly, and then she laughed. Now, when I was a kid watching it, she had a laugh that I associated with adults that smoke cigarettes. It's like that raspy, like that witch laugh, like But I later just come to understand that that's like a true shade laugh that black women like to do. It's like I'm giving you all the shade in the world. This is me laughing at you while I go into your house and make your husband make you fix me food. Where does that thinking? Where does that mentality come from? It like that was spectacular that actually happened.
Maybe it's the competition, like the competitive nature of women, where it's like, haha, ha, I got you, man.
Yeah,
Or they will boast that they're the first baby mamas. Like they have those little things where it's like the second baby mama is the best, or stuff like that.
I actually heard that from a person um, who I was I don't know if you want to call it courting. I was talking to who really just told me that she would prefer to be a side piece. Um, my side piece in particular is just that at the time I didn't have a main chick, so it was a very weird conversation with her. Um, but yeah, that's so I understand that some women think like that, and Suge Avery is likely one of those women.
Most definitely.
All right, so All right. So next scene, he takes her into the guest room. He tries to comfort her. She's just calling him Albert and bossing the man around. And, she says stuff like, tell that thing to get me something to eat. And he's like, oh, no, I'll fix it myself. And I don't want to smell no pipe smoke. So she really just comes in. Alpha's the guy that Celie was afraid of her whole, semi adult life. And, and that seemed to have had an effect on Celie. She's like, wow, I called him Mister all my life, and you just call him Albert, and now he's just, she really just took him out of his leadership role in the house. Like instantly, he went from Mister to Albert, and he went from head of household to bumbling around the kitchen trying to figure everything out.
Because even in one scene, when in that same scene when Celie was like Albert, and I
Yeah,
caught that too. I think I missed it the first time I watched it, where Shugs called him Albert when everyone else called him Mister.
yeah, exactly. Exactly. So, she definitely sunned him, but not even sunned him. She just like butlered him in front of his wife. And then insulted his wife in front of him. And then told him to tell, and I quote, had that thing fix me something to eat while his wife was in earshot, which is extremely disrespectful to both of them. But he don't care because she's just so fly. I guess I don't. I really so later I have a lot of slides on this, but later I'm gonna go in depth on why I feel that he was so attracted to her, like beyond rationale. I'm definitely going to go into that, but let's move forward. So he attempted to make food. I believe in people have their specialties in life. If you're fortunate enough, you have a particular skill set that you hone and that you focus on, which is why lawyers hire plumbers and plumbers hire lawyers. They don't attempt to do it themselves. So um, his is definitely not domestic skills. He probably tried to make it himself to one, impress her, and two, to not further tensions between his wife and his lover. So he does this, it's actually literally on fire while he's trying to serve it to her, and then she just kicks it at him and and splatters the wall with the food that he was trying to make. What's your thoughts on her so far? Is this
Um,
part of what you like? What makes her your favorite character?
no, no. What makes her my favorite character is just her overall. It's after this scene when she started being entertaining. Um, but in this one, like I think this is where you see the role reversal, where it's he was the aggressor, he was the dominant one, the one who wear the pants, and then now she comes in treating him how he treated Celie.
Hmm.
So it gave the feminists a ha ha. Um, we can be toxic too. And it always blows my mind when they say things like that. When they'll say, like, well, men have been cheating for years, we can cheat too. Where it's like, okay, you want to fight fire with fire,
Right.
right? How about you just take your piece, go heal, and find someone who is not abusive. But I think in this scene, it's showing it's like they get some kind of pride in seeing men be belittled, in seeing men be ridiculed, and I think that's the purpose of this scene.
Oh, so you think that there's some sedition going on here, that they're
Yeah.
getting off on that. But unlike Celie, Celie didn't seem to have much choice.
Mhm. Mhm.
Where
That's
Albert,
true.
he does. Like, that's his house. She is a drunken guest in his house that can get kicked out at any time. So why do you think he's tolerating that?
I mean, you can say because there are women who does that for men. Like I feel like that gives them a sense of the shoe is on the other foot, and like they feel prideful because there are women who will take back men even when they don't have to. Those dusty baby daddies.
Uh-huh.
Even when they don't have to tolerate those kind of behavior. So in seeing it flip, in seeing a man who don't have to tolerate that kind of behavior be placed in that kind of setting, then it might give them some sense of pride. Are you asking the meaning behind the movie or you're talking about the specific scene? So are we saying
Both.
surface level or are we going? Okay.
Both. I kind of go deep with everything. That there's no pun in that.
Mhm.
But no, I like to dig deep into each aspects of this because we've done movie
Mhm.
reviews before, and you know that. So, no, I definitely want to dig beyond the surface, but we're still early in the thing, so a little surface
Mhm.
level stuff is fine. But you are bringing up something interesting, and you feel that there is because here's the problem with that. Um, the author's portrayal of that and how it's received, it really means that any action that's against the man is justified because it's in retaliation to
Yeah.
past transgressions,
Yeah.
which
Yeah.
means that it would give birth to a generation of women, black women in particular, because they're the ones who consume this and they're the ones who feel wronged, who feel the past wrong. Like, so anything I do now, whether it's, take them to court, have them jumped by my brother and his friends, or
Mhm.
anything
Mhm.
I do is justified because look at
All
Mr.
my life I had to
Yeah,
fight.
exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, which I mean, as I said, blows my mind because it's kind of like trying to take revenge rather than just walking away and maintaining your peace. And I feel
Exactly.
like feminism has gotten to the point where they hate the patriarchy so much. Let's take revenge on the patriarchy. Or keeping it specific to the black community, black women hate black men so much for whatever reason. Let's take revenge on them. So even when it's proven that a female didn't get hit in the face with a brick, let's still blame black men.
Exactly. And black men do feel that black women wish to take revenge on actions that we individually didn't take. I mean, I never, threw rocks at a girl and say, "Get off my land," while she was screaming, "Nothing but death can keep me from her." I never did anything like that. So don't come at me with your revenge on something I didn't do.
And it reminds me of a point. I want to address next level's super chat, but it reminds me of a conversation I was having with that one lady, that older lady that always insert herself in Courtney Michelle's drama. What's her name?
Um,
TJ.
okay,
TJ.
yeah, I remember. Yeah.
I remember, I want to say it has to be about 2 years now, when I made a video about women, men in the 40s and 50s would or were abusive. That's why women these days have to, have their own and whatever. And the question I asked is, what do men in 2023 have to do with men in the 40s and 50s? Right? It's kind of like you're expecting men in 2023 to pay for those men who were supposedly abusive, and to constantly keep it over their heads like, oh, men in the 40s were abusive, so where it's like, what does that have to do with these men today? It's the
Exactly.
same concept. Yeah.
And by that logic, men can say, well, Adam did set up Eve. Or excuse me, Eve did set up Adam, so smack. Like, I mean, like, come on,
Exactly, exactly.
let's not play that game, really.
Next
So
Level said a movie with zero positive black male characters, but also on a deeper level too, it has zero positive black female characters. There's absolutely nobody in that, as a female in that movie, that I can watch and say, I aspire to be like that or have qualities like that.
good point. I don't agree with Next Level, however. I think that Pop was the positive black male character. That is my hero. That is the dude, Mister's father. That is the man right there. He is the most positive black male character there is. So,
Come to think of it, yeah, because his first scene was when he got on the porch and asked
well, we're gonna go.
why.
We're gonna. That's a slide.
Oh, okay, okay, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
that's a slide. But
At
I am
although
gonna say, like, go for it.
at that point I didn't know who he was. I thought he was Suge's dad. It
That
wasn't
would be
until
cold. Yeah,
after it wasn't until after at the dinner table I was like, "Oh, that's his dad." But yeah.
yeah, it makes sense. He looked nothing like him. But yeah. Oh, you thought should? Oh, so you didn't even know that the preacher was? Okay, so we're gonna cover it then. We're definitely gonna cover it. All right. So Dane C, salute Chantelle and GC, power couple. I'm not gonna comment to that, but thank you. I appreciate you. All right. So let's go to the next one. He tried and failed to cook for her. Now, for whatever strange reason, and I thought it was I remember I was very young when I first seen it. And once again, not the she wouldn't be prom queen in any major city, high school. Um, the way that not Celie was just fondling after her. She also turned herself into a servant. Is that just like one of those, like, when the new alpha gorilla comes and beat the old alpha gorilla, all the other ones fall into place? Like, what was that about? You know,
Yeah,
just
because
sit,
remember,
like, get me some bubbling oil. Like,
yeah,
yeah, go for it.
serving her, because remember Mr. would always put Shugs on a pedestal. So when she first came, remember, and Celie ran upstairs to fix herself and stuff, like um thinking like, oh my gosh, this is the Shugs. So I have to look right and I have to serve her. Plus, besides, Celie has a serving spirit anyways.
Yeah, she does. But I think that she's volunteering in this case, you know?
Mm-hmm.
She's volunteering to do it as opposed to with Mr. I'm not going to say it was forced, but it was just generally understood that he had a title.
Mm-hmm.
You know, she was really more serving his title that was forced upon her.
I
Uh,
think she's just nice because she did the same thing when this is, and I'm jumping ahead, but she did the same thing in the grocery store with Sophia.
yeah, but Sophia never, called her ugly. And
Oh, you're right. Yeah. It's like serving people who ill treated her.
yeah, exactly. It's, I'm not going to call her a masochist. I'm just saying I think that there's a alpha dynamic going on. Somebody said something, and it goes to what people were saying before, that there is a light skin, dark skin dynamic. Now, of
Hmm.
course, I'm like from a whole different country, and I'm not from Georgia, but I do believe that there is some some. Well, I do know, and I learned this heavily from dealing with you all. To be quite honest, to dealing with y'all, that there is a distinct preference for lighter skinned women, especially amongst Southern brothers. To be honest, I think that y'all just nuts with it, but I do know that there's a there. I'm not sure if that's what they were trying to portray in the movie. I've never been under the mindset that a lighter skinned woman is automatically more attractive, especially if she's not. I don't know what that comes from. I don't know why in the South y'all feel that way. I know that y'all do, but I don't think that that's what the writer was going for here. I just don't. So, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, because going back to what we said earlier, there were so many other actresses they could have chosen because I didn't even see Shugs as light skin.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Yeah. So I feel like if that was like if they wanted to give that light skin, dark skin division, they would have went with someone a little more lighter to make it stand out.
Yeah, like Pam Grier, Felicia Rashad, somebody. Well, Felicia Rashad wouldn't really fit in here, but
And
there
even going
are.
back to Pops, his what's it, Pops? His dad, Pa,
Yeah.
He was light skin. I would consider him light skin.
Well, see, I know that when you got here, you moved to the South, but they got all different definitions of light skin. Like me, I only see like two, like light skin and dark skin, or maybe even brown skin, but they got like whole different like shade meters of, paperback textures and stuff. It's really serious to them. It's a real thing. But you're right. I didn't see her as dark skin either or light skin either. But they got whole different tiers of light and dark. It's very serious to them. Too serious in my opinion. So yeah, but no, I don't think that that's what they were going for, or else they would have made her definitively lighter, like they did with Squeak's character. It would have been overt. This is
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, she's subtly lighter than Celie.
Hmm.
Okay, so now this is the scene, and yes, the pop is the man, and I'm going to quote him word for word. So he comes up, and they do a little standoff. Pops is the shorter man, and they have like a little staring contest to which Albert surrenders and sits down. And then he looked him straight in the eye and he says, "You just couldn't rest till you got her in your house, boy." And he says, "What is it about you and Suge Avery? She's ugly, nappy headed. Her own damn daddy didn't want to have anything to do with her. Plus, she ain't even clean. I hear she got that nasty woman's disease. She got legs like baseball bat. She got legs about like baseball bats. No, he said legs like baseball bats before nasty woman's disease. I heard she got that nasty woman's disease." To which Mr. replied, "You don't have it in you to understand, Pops. I love Suge Avery. I should have married her when I had the chance." And then he says, "Plus, I hear all her children got different daddies." And then Mr. replied with, "They all got the same daddy. I can vouch for that." And he interrupted and said, "You can vouch for nothing. Suge Avery done set the population of Hotwell County a new high. You just one of the roosters, boy." Oh gosh. In my young life, when I seen this movie, I knew at that point, I was telling Bernard this, I knew at that point that when I was grown, I was gonna be a funny man. I don't know if I'm gonna be tall, I don't know if I'm gonna be handsome, I don't even know if I'm gonna have a mustache. But I do know that I am going to be a funny man. That was the funniest thing I ever seen in my young life. the way he just went in on her was so spectacular and classic. It was it was just beautiful to me. It was beautiful. Your thoughts before I ask a follow-up question.
Um, and you saying all of that, no, I should have picked up that he was his dad. I think it's because they're so drastically different. They look so different. Like
True.
tall, short, light skin, dark skin, right? I wouldn't place him as his father, but then also when you said he is a positive representation of black man, then I do agree with that line that he says because he was basically calling it for what it is, stating nothing but facts.
Yeah.
Um, but what Mr. still caping for her.
Exactly. And that's what I want to get to the bottom of. So this is written, which means that she is recognized by others as ugly. This isn't just my opinion of the actress. This is it's deliberate, you know. Miss Albert has beer goggles on for her. And also he said I should have married her when I had the chance, which means that he denied, you know, he asked if he could marry her, and Papa rightly said so. And for the reasons, the long list of reasons that he listed, number one on that list being the nasty woman's disease. You don't want to get the nasty woman's disease, especially back then. And then number two, mean, you know, all her children got different daddies. So I'm willing to suspect that she was the first baby mama in a black community with multiple baby daddies.
So clarify because when he said when I had the chance, so did he propose or something or what?
As I understand what that means is that before his first wife, he probably had a thing for Suge Avery, or they had a thing for each other at a very young age. When you think about the fact that he could hear her father's church from his house, means that they you know grew up pretty close together and played outside and and stuff like that. So I can imagine that he because that land isn't Albert's, it's the father's land, just like the juke joint isn't really Harpo's. That all that belongs to him until Albert inherits it. So he asked the father for permission to marry this chick, and he said no, like a man should. You should be willing to tell your son or daughter no if they come with some outrageous crap. If you
Oh,
were my
kind of
daughter
like
and you
how. Go
go for it.
ahead.
No, I say if you were my daughter and you came with a dude that tattooed his eyes, I'm like no.
Shout out to Alkaline.
Yeah, like a dad should be able to just tell them no.
But so kind of like how Harper had brought Sophia
Exactly
to
like that.
Mr.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I feel that that's why. And I was saying that when I was reviewing um Sophia's character. I oh no, it wasn't Sophia's character. I think I was reviewing Mister. I was reviewing Mister with Bernard. I think that that's why he ultimately gave a blessing to Sophia's character, because he didn't want to be like his dad. Because he feel that his dad did him an injustice. To me, makes him seem a little limited, I guess is the best word. Non too bright, and very he lacks rational understanding for a man his age, which explains a lot of the decisions that he's made throughout the movie. you know it really does.
Yeah, definitely agree. No, with all of that being said, then, because was the movie perceived or was his dad perceived as being a bad guy in the movie?
Yes, at least to women. But yes, the way it was written was he was supposed to be the villain.
Okay.
Yeah.
When
Uh,
really and truly he was the only one who had rational talking points, like a rational mindset. Because even when Celie spit in his water, it kind of threw me off because he was saying the truth. Like he was saying like why you messing with that
yeah.
304, right? And then for her to spat in his water, it's like, oh wait, do we not like him? Or
And
does
keep
Celie
in mind
not
that
like
this is
him?
the 304 that said you show is ugly.
Exactly. That's why I thought it was her dad. Because remember, right, the scene before this when she was taking a bath and she was like, her dad doesn't want to talk to her and whatever. Her
Oh
dad
yeah.
treats her like crap. So no, when Celie spat in his water, I was thinking that it was her dad and Celie was defending her.
Yeah. Yeah, she was defending her, but it was um yeah, she was defending her against Mr. Dad or Albert's dad. Yeah. Still don't understand the defense. Suge definitely has a way of putting a spell on people, but like you say, she has that personality type, you know. She has a way of getting what she wants out of people, which is why she's like the alpha female of this movie, which is not a good thing. And I'm going to explain why further. But the effect that she has on Celie is the effect that this movie has on the black women on modern black women, in my opinion. So this is definitely what we see now in the black community is definitely life imitating art. Suge Avery is the archetype of modern black women, unfortunately. Sexually irresponsible, um, have a lot of kids everywhere, and there's a couple of other things, and I already have slides for those, but those two things alone is very obvious in modern black women. In fact, a lot of the women that you cover on your show shows that this can be traced back to something that you've seen on Suge Avery. I'm definitely going to get into that. So she spits in a drink, and the father ends with, "You got my sympathy, Celie. Ain't too many women let their husband hoe stay with them." Gotta love Pops. Just gotta love Pops.
It's
Uh,
just unfortunate, the thought just came to my mind is reminds me of Kevin Samuels, right? How he was straightforward.
mhm.
Um, he spoke his mind, just wasn't sugarcoating anything or just keeping it straight, right? And a lot of women will say, well, his tone, he's disrespectful, he's all whatever, right? It
Mhm.
reminds me of Pops, how he's just straightforward. He says what he means what he says, and just keep it 100. But he was portrayed as the villain in this
Right.
movie. So masculine energy is the villain.
Exactly. Exactly. And you can talk about Harpo and really every other guy that's not him in this movie. And yeah, it's a definite conclusion. Girl, because this movie is older than you know, um, and almost older than me. So, but yeah, so women who are now women have seen this movie several times from a very young age. I know you was raised in a different country, but most Black American women have seen this movie from a very young age, and they were taught at a very young age that the father is toxic, that this man is toxic, and if you see these type of traits, which is probably something that women naturally look for in a man, then you should be repelled by it, not attracted to it.
Exactly. And you should complain about his tone.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you should hate him to the Lord takes him, and then hate him some more after that is essentially what they've been trained to do. So they've definitely been trained to go against their nature, and this movie is the worst. I am not going to watch it. I'm not going to watch the remake of it. So, K Ken, he stopped by to say, just stop to support the stream. Greatly appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you a lot. All right. So, Um, she spit in the drink. I don't know why people. Anyway, so that's him turning back, looking at her, saying, "Ain't too many women allow their husband to hold to stay with them." He's my favorite person ever. All right, what she's doing now is something that she calls shake your shimmy. I think that this is the 100-year ago version of twerking.
You took the words out my mouth. I was literally about to say that.
Yeah, yeah. I think that this was the modern version or the past version, the century old version of twerking. It's just when you don't know how to actually use foot, hip, and shoulder work in actual dance, you just squat and shake something. The only difference is which erogenous zone to shake. So yeah, she's as much as sexy red 1930. She wearing red. Oh, oh, that's a funny one. That's a funny one, Jamal. But but yeah, so definitely like you described, going after the sexual attention, look at me, look at me. I'm not hot, but I have the flashiest dress. I literally have my head covered in peacock feathers, and I'm shaking my shimmy. I'm shaking my shimmy, therefore I'm attractive. And then you have the guys just gathered around like, I'll drink your bath water. Like, oh God. Oh God, they are some disgusting dudes. I was a kid thinking, like, is this what grown-ups do when they around they gather around an ugly chick and ask to drink her bathwater? You know, this was a bad look for black. This is slippery to a whole nother level. And then the bathwater thing, I could never not remember that. Like, yeah, that happened. Your thoughts?
But today's dating experiences is just a manifestation of all of this where black women expect men to simp for them, drink their bath water, and
Yeah.
while they twerk or shimmy on social media for likes and validations. So yeah, it basically is happening right now.
Okay, and I hate to say this, I hate to ask this because my audience is majority man, but I got to. I'm not going to say you, but do you know of women who look at men like this, like a bunch of oogling buffoons that just like, ooh, a body part, I mean, is is
No,
that
to be
how y'all
fair.
really feel? Like on Instagram, because I don't Instagram. And I tell my audience all the time, you will not catch me thumb up in strangers. And even if I'm attracted to women just like everybody else, but I'm not. What is that gonna do? Is my thumb up gonna get her to sleep with? It's no. Just leave that girl alone. Just yeah, look at her picture if you like it, but just and move forward. Are you really just going to? So my question to you: do you have friends who look at their Instagram followers or as goody ooglers?
Like, look at their Instagram followers.
Yeah, as goody ooglers. Yes, as goody ooglers.
I
Guys who are
mean,
oogling their goodies.
so if they look at those guys and say, "Yeah, I want to date them,"
No, no. A goody oogler is a guy who just stares. It's like these guys here, you know, that's just there, like, I drink your bath water. Guys like that. Do they look at their followers as guys like that?
oh, oh yeah, most definitely. If a guy, it depends on the guy. So if the guy is being extremely thirsty and it's like, it's in your DM um every other day with the same, as soon as you post a story, it's the same guy messaging you every
Hmm.
day, or is the same group of men who are always under your picture. Like, I mean, there's a difference between liking your picture, but it's like you can tell just based on the comments and stuff, the hearts eyeing and stuff. It's like it gives a
The
sense
Google
of
eyes, yeah.
thirsty. Yeah, it gives a sense of desperation.
So I'm gonna ask you something that's gonna sound not really freaky, but it's gonna sound different when I ask you. But I'll give my confession afterwards because every now and again I like to do stuff to entertain myself. When you seen this, did you think like, huh, I wonder if one day I'm gonna make a simp drink my bathwater? Did that thought occur to you?
This specific scene, I don't think that even came across my mind. No.
Okay, I'll drink your bathwater.
But the thing is, it goes back to show that attention is currency. They say that a lot. Attention is currency for women
Uh-huh.
because obviously when they're posting their thirst traps, they're doing it for somebody to want to drink their bath water. Like they like it when men want to drink their bath water, meaning they like it when men lust after them, to lust at them. So
Yeah.
that's why they post a thirst trap.
No, I get it. I understand. So my confession, since I asked you a strange question, I'll admit to something strange. When I was going through this movie for slides, um, there was a scene in there where he was like, where she said, "Do his business," and I was laughing at the term. I was like, I wonder what a modern woman would say if I was just to say something like that. Like, yeah, it's time for me to do my business. I wonder how that would come off to a modern woman. I'm curious. I'm curious to see a reaction to that. That would be like a nice little TikTok short or something.
What was he referring to? Do his business?
Do his business was what Celie called sex.
Oh, oh, I remember that scene. Oh, when she was explaining it to Shug.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Mm.
Like, yeah, he's doing his business, which is the awkwardest thing you can actually call it. Um, I just thought it would be funny if somebody was to do a skit or something like that. Like, yeah, I'm about to do my business. That sounds so ridiculous in modern context. All right, so next scene. Now, this is the scene where Suge Avery serenades Celie. Now, I gotta admit, Quincy Jones, very talented person. He writes the best songs ever. So this is that scene, and it's romantic and it's awkward for Mister, and it's doing something. So, what's your thought on her character after this song? Sister.
Who on Shug?
Yeah, Suge sang the song, the Sister
The
song,
scene. I
to.
didn't really think much about it. I think it was her way of trying to boost her confidence
Mhm.
and to encourage her. I didn't think too deep into it.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna give some depth to it right quick. She ended the song with "So shake your shimmy."
So basically saying go to work, girl.
Exactly. So you see what's
Hmm.
going on there. She's influencing her in this direction. She's,
Oh
you
yeah.
know, and
And
just
I
like that's what twerkers are doing. They're like, this is a display of confidence. This,
yeah,
which is
yeah.
which is what I was hinting at on your show. This is, okay. Now that you have confidence, then
Go to
shake your
work.
shimmy or go twerk. Yeah,
Mhm.
exactly.
Mhm. Because I
Like,
mean, a lot of those twerkers or those just vulgar women who like to sexualize themselves
uh huh.
will see, like for example, I've shared story before how I'm not really want to post inappropriate pictures or thirst traps on social media.
Hmm.
And I have been around people who are not my friends, but like would be friend of friends who would encourage me to, like, turn and show something or post an inappropriate pictures and stuff because they want you to join their group of, for lack of better words, degenerates.
Yeah, sisterhood. Yeah, it's
Mm,
the sisterhood of failure. And that's what I was saying on your show. Like, they want to expand this. They want to expand this way of thinking. Um, and to be perfectly honest, I think that this movie was one big commercial for the sisterhood, and but and Shig's character is a spokeswoman for it. All right, and let's go to the next one. All right, so after that, she literally dressed her like her and told her to shake her shimmy. So she is definitely corrupting this woman. You know,
definitely.
she's
Hmm.
definitely imprinting, influencing, leading, alphaing this woman. She's dressed like her. The dress is too big, obviously, and it's just kind of awkward on her. And she's talking to her, and she's like, shake your shimmy, and hey, by the way, do you mind if I sleep with your husband? And to which Celie responds, you want to? And she was like, yeah, it's good. She was like, you don't like it? And she says he just crawls up on top of me and does his business. And she was like, well, you're still a virgin then. And she said, yes, because nobody loved me. So she's really getting into her head. Um, I've been called a selfish lover by more than one people. But I will say that there is a correlation between the quality as experienced for the woman and my overall attraction to her. And it's not something that I'm doing consciously. It's really something that it's greater chemistry, which makes it all the way better. Do you think that the writer was? I'm gonna be honest. I think that the writer was going for that. The more like Suge Avery you are, the better the sex is.
Mm. So the more promiscuous you are.
Yeah, the more you shake your shimmy, the better he
Hmm.
performs.
Yeah, I could see that point.
Yeah,
I mean, and then even going back to why I say Shug was my favorite character, I can see how the writers made her the most entertaining one for women to gravitate towards her and would want to be like her because she's the one that stands out the most, her and Sophia.
right. She's the
Mhm.
popular girl, absolutely.
Mhm.
Which is why we have a community full of Sophias and
And
Suge
Shug, yeah,
Averys. Right.
yeah.
And by the way, they follow a template of black women stereotype that predates them. That predates this movie, rather. One is called the Mammy, whose character can be seen on old timey cookie jars and pancake syrup mix or something like that. That's the Mammy, and the other two would be the Jezebel and the Sapphire. Jezebel being someone who is sexually promiscuous, and Sapphire is somebody who is extraordinarily thirsty for attention. So these two women fit all three of those stereotypes. Suge Avery possessing two of those, which is the Sapphire and the Jezebel. So just a little food for thought on there. So they're definitely re-encouraging these old stereotypes. And she's obviously seducing Celie into this lifestyle because she's the center of attention. She got guys wanting to drink her bathwater. Celie has trouble getting one man to not smack her. You know, so of course she's going to be impressed by the control that she has over a large group of men.
And then also that's why they had to make Shugs. They couldn't make Shugs significantly more attractive than Celie
Right.
because it's to show that it's she's not getting all these attention because she's attractive. She's getting the attention because of how she carries herself.
Exactly. And that's what I wanted to get at. That's what I wanted to, because then it's like anybody can grasp this power as
Hmm.
long as you shake your shimmy and twerk and you're confident and stuff. And which is why women who are grotesquely unattractive, like Lizzo, she shakes her shimmy in random unwanted places, like a Laker game or some crap like that. And also seem to be completely oblivious to how unattractive she is, by shooting her shot at what's his name, Chris Evans, like the guy from Captain America.
Very oblivious to how unattractive she is.
Yeah, because she obviously thinks that we're stupid, and that's where and that's kind of how that's what I was asking about the goody ooglers, the bathwater drinkers in the thing. It's like, do women think we're that? Well, some of you, and I'm not talking about my audience in general. I'm talking about the plurality of men. Some of you are that stupid. Let's be clear. Some of you are that stupid. I met guys who is that stupid, but do they actually think that as a whole we're that stupid? Black men, do they actually think that we just go around sensing confidence and not really seeing what we can visually see? Is that a thing? Like, do they really think? Because I know, because they come to me like, wait, do you think I don't know that you aren't appealing? And I'm not just talking about physically. Do you think I don't know that you're not appealing? Do you think I don't know that? You think that because you fake confidence or something like that, that I'm supposed to be attracted to a persona?
Well, you know they say, oh, beauty is skin deep, and they'll say things like, oh, you should be with her for her personality and not her
But her
looks.
personality sucks too.
But we live in a society where literally Snapchat filters can make you look 10 times more attractive than you really are. And knowing how to take pictures at an angle, hence why they are constantly twisting themselves in all their Instagram pictures.
The contortion,
Um,
yeah.
yeah, it looks so weird. It's like, oh my
Well,
gosh, you
okay,
cannot
I can at least appreciate technological illusions because you do respect the fact that I am a visual creature and
mm-hmm.
that I'm not so dense that I'm going to look at you and see you at this particular angle and think you're attractive when I see that you're not, but because you're you're exuding confidence, I'm like, oh, okay, she's attractive. No, I don't work that way.
And that's why they say things to these 300-pound women. Oh, yes, it's your confidence for me.
Yeah, exactly. That's weird. I and this is see this is the root cause of a lot of modern women behavior. This movie here, this Academy Award winning, Oscar award winning, like all the awards of the time winning movie for best this and best that. It really just made its imprint in the culture of Black people. Um, yeah, and it's not a good imprint, unfortunately. Okay, so let's see, Cafe Es Bueno says, thanks for watching this so we don't have to. Yeah, and that's why I'm doing this. I do not want that. If it were up to me, that movie would go the way of the Marvels. Yeah, that it needs to be stopped. It needs to be, yeah, it needs to be, that guy with the mustache in the 1940s, and that thing he had his people do with all those books. That's what needs to be done with this movie, in my opinion. All right. Says, thanks for watching this. Oh, wait. Oh, you did the same thing twice. Did you? Yeah, you did the same thing twice. Let me see if I could refund you. Hold on.
I think he did it on two separate channels.
Oh, okay. That's what happened. All right. So, yeah, let me. All right, let me go to the next slide. All right. And now, since she got into her head, she's obviously going to get into her body or whatever women do. But anyway, you know, oh, Jesus. All right, your thoughts. I can't even. Yeah, I snapped a picture at the wrong angle. But go ahead, your thoughts.
The bra strap showing, is that what you're referring to?
I wasn't referring to that. You really don't like that. We talked about that before, but you really don't like that.
It's
But
so
yes, not only is it
tacky.
showing, it's like her. It's like without the dress, she wouldn't even her slip would fall off. Is that a slip or is that a bra? Oh, they didn't have elastic back then.
I think it's one of those straight, they have those slip that's are also like a dress, like it comes all the way up. I don't remember what it's called.
Yeah, slip.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they have like dresses, but then they have like things that they wear under their dress to like underwear to make them comfortable.
Yeah.
So yeah, it looks like she's wearing that, but the straps are off, and I know how that like rubs you the wrong way. But it seems like she's about to get rubbed the right way. So
Honestly, I feel like this scene was intentional because they wanted to show you don't need a man even for sexual pleasure.
yes, and also the writer Alice Walker is currently with a woman who's a third her age, a Hawaiian woman who's a third her age.
Wasn't
So
she married to a man at the time of this movie?
yeah, at the time of this movie, she was married to a fella from Israel. Let's just say
Hmm.
that, and they had a daughter who wrote something very interesting about her mother and her childhood that I'll share with you one day. And yeah, so she's been through some stuff. She's been through some stuff. She's been in some stuff, and her alternative lifestyle is definitely prevalent in the books, as I understand it from others. She goes into erotic details of the relationship that they have. Here, they want to be PG-13 for the movie, so it's just this kiss here is the beginning and end of it, but apparently there's erotic details, so she's trying to sell that lifestyle into society.
And it is assumed that it was more than a kiss, right? They had
Yeah,
sexual,
exactly.
yeah.
Exactly. Like
Hmm.
after this, it's like, okay, yeah, I doubt that they just pecked and then just walked away.
Yeah. And then if you recall in the scene before when she was like, "Oh, well, you're still a virgin." So, yeah, this scene was intentionally done to show not only to promote Batmanism, but to also show that hey, you really don't need a man for sexual favors or sexual satisfaction.
Yeah, exactly. Which I got to give it to women. I got to give it to women because they're willing to take it to a level that men aren't. There are guys in this space who are MGTOW, SYSBM, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And basically, these are guys that are just warding off either women or a certain type of women, um, or they are only doing certain things under certain circumstances, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But basically, um, the umbrella is that they would not allow women to have sexual control over them, and which I'm not a part of. So if somebody is and you know better what it is, then let me know. But I do know that y'all will not go down on a dude to make the point that, hey, I don't need you, women, and then just hopefully, I don't think that y'all would take it that far. But these women are willing to take it that far. They're willing to take it to prison with their look at how much we don't need you. So that is impressive, to say the least.
Yeah, to make a statement. Yeah.
I mean, unless they somewhat have it in there, unless they were somewhat born that way to begin with, but there is no point I want to make that bad. I have to say that. All right, so this is the scene where Suge Avery leaves. So she's leaving with the band, everybody's smiling, and Celie wants to go with her. Now she chickens out on, asking her to go, but I think Suge. Okay, here's my impression. Now, I'm gonna just list some things. I want you to tell me how you think she felt about Celie. Celie told her that he beats her when she's not there, meaning that when Suge's not there, that's when Mister gets the beating. Um, After that, she said, "Do you mind if I sleep with the man who beats you?" She seemed indifferent to her suffering, but she still asked to not only sleep with him, sleep with her as well. She understands at this point when she's about to leave that once she does, the beating will commence again. So she understands that, and she sees Celie. She's not a stupid woman. She could kind of read her face, like like what's going on, what's on your mind. And she chickened out, and she just pretended like she didn't know what she knew and drove off. How do you think do you think she respected Celie?
No, in that instance, absolutely not, because you're 100% right. She knew what was gonna happen when she left, and it was kind of like a wham bam, thank you, ma'am, kind of situation. Because remember the scene after the intimate scene that the picture you just showed. The
Uh-huh.
scene after that was Suge walking towards the church and Celie kind of like chasing behind her to kind
Right.
of like stalk her. So it was more of a situation where, and you see, like, it blows my mind because Suge is basically treating Celie how a man who doesn't care about you and who just uses you for sex would treat you, but the woman didn't see it like that because it was from a woman.
Well, she's treating her like Mister.
Except for with the hitting and the
Well, I mean, she's doing it with respect that she has to earn her submission. It's not just given to her, sold to her through the father. You know. But outside of that, it's very Mister S. It's basically
yeah,
taking what she wants. She's okay. Put it like this: she's making her choose to do the same things that she does for Mister for her.
basically, yes.
So Mister's using vinegar, she's using honey, but the
Mhm.
results are still the same. A
Mhm.
person doing their business with you while you serve them food and follow them around. That's what it seems like it's going. And now that she's done with her, she pumped and dumped her. She's gone.
Basically, yes.
Yeah. So I actually did this out of order, but I did cover the scene here. So okay, the second most respected man in this movie is the father, her father, and but he can't compete with Pops. So she comes in from the range. She's a preacher's kid. Everything that he raised her to believe in, she completely disrespects it. Completely. She obviously has kids somewhere that she's not taking care of because she set the population of Hotwell County a new high, and she has a Jezebel spirit, so to speak. She it's a bad look for him as a man of God that you can't even have control of your own daughter. Um, so everything is bad. He did, in my opinion, what I would do, and I'm saying that as a childless man who never looked into his daughter's eyes and gave her disappointment. So I'm saying that now I don't know what I would say in this situation. I hope I would keep my same resolve. But um, he disowned her essentially. She's the antithesis of everything that he believes in. And embracing her will teach a generation it would teach his congregation that there's no earthly consequences for this behavior and encourage future generations to behave like that. So, but she still was, wanting her father's attention because she seems to be able to get the attention of any other man. Why not this man? And that's because, you can't shimmy your way into your father's attention. He's not like that. At least I hope he's not like that. Celie's father was like that. But your thoughts
Yeah, her father was the only guy, as you said, that she couldn't use her charisma and charm on.
and her
No
shame.
matter how much, yeah, no, Shimmy. No matter how much she tried,
Uh huh.
um, yeah, you can see how it affected her because going back to the scene when she was in the bathtub, she was crying about that.
Right. My pa still love me. He just don't know it.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, and that's something I'm gonna dig into that a little bit because you know how a lot of black women I don't have a father, because
Yeah, I was just about to say,
yeah,
because even
go for it.
though her dad had valid reasons for disowning her, he was still portrayed as a villain as well.
Was he?
To be disowning his daughter,
Well, but is that a portrayal or is that just a conclusion that the audience came to?
yeah, yeah, conclusion. Well, no, because he it was a portrayal because even when she ran out when he was driving or riding by, and she
Hmm.
ran out after she got married, and she was like,
Ah, it's
"Look, hey,
married
it's
now.
married now."
I loved him for that. He said, "Yeah."
Yeah, and he just kept his eyes straight, like it was nobody but a
He's
stray
like,
dog.
"Can
Right.
these horses go faster?" Yeah.
Exactly. So that's the portrayal of being dismissive towards your daughter, you know? So they try to portray him in a negative light.
Well, okay, I'll put it like this: they can't portray her in a positive light without portraying him in a negative light because he's rejecting her lifestyle. So yeah, I see that. Like,
And it's kind of like, oh, the patriarchy is trying to stifle women because sugars represent the woman who travels and follow her dreams and sleep around. She's what today they call Lori Harvey,
yeah,
right?
twerks. Well, Lori Harvey didn't set
Lori
the
Harvey doesn't
population
twerk.
of somewhere a new high though.
She doesn't twerk, but she does sure rack up those bodies.
Yeah, yeah. I would say Suge Avery is worse than Lori Harvey.
Oh, she is worth. But
Yeah,
look how women praise Lori Harvey for serial dating.
agreed, agreed.
That's how that's how they looked at Suge, like, oh, no man can tie her down. She does her own thing, you know. She sets her own standards.
And the cold manner in which she dumps choice guys is something to be admired because by that type of woman, and that's because as you described, like men are innately bad. Like Michael B. Jordan is innately bad. Idris Desmond, I think his name is innately bad. Therefore, they really don't deserve explanations.
Yeah,
Like anything they do towards them
it's
um, is
justified.
justified. Yeah, because they belong to are descended from a bad group of people.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
they'll say things like when we talk about Lori Harvey serial dating, and they'll say, well, so men do it too.
yeah,
It's
which is
kind of going
which is
back to
ridiculous. Yeah,
kind of going back to them appreciating Shugs being abusive towards, or belittling towards Mister, because oh well, men do it too. So it's like, oh, they're so happy to see the shoes on the other feet.
Exactly. Like he's getting what he deserves for his treatment of Celie, but it just so happens to be she has the same treatment of Celie.
Exactly.
But this seems to be the only consequence she has in life. And I did this screenshot right here. Look at how different she's dressed.
Hmm.
Just saying, she really just churched it up, pun
They
intended,
know
for
how
her dad.
they
It's
know how
code
to
switching.
clean up when they're claiming that they're a woman of God.
Yeah, exactly. But he's looking like listen, the kids are still around. The kids are still alive. You can't, no matter what you do now, you can't put them back, like you have receipts of your sin. And according to the father, chronic sin. So yeah, he's not having it, um he's ignoring her. He's like, I have a congregation to tend to, and that's that. So she leaves in a cry because she's there's one man in the universe that's not giving her validation. So fast forward a few decades, right? And she meets this guy. I didn't get a good picture of him, but she meets this guy, right? And this guy, he's well to do. He has a fancy car, at least, and he's likely in the music business with her. More handsome than she is pretty, and for whatever reason, I don't know if they had hotels or something at that place in time. I know she can't stay with her father, um, but of all the places in the world, she decides to take her new husband uninvited. She didn't send a letter ahead of time. She decides to take her new husband to her ex lover's, plural, house. I do think that she did get a thrill of living in a house where she has slept with each and every single adult in it. And yeah, and he seemed to be okay with this.
Yeah, she definitely does find pride in that, because remember there was a scene where the two guys were talking and they were like, "Oh, I had her, you had her too, we both had the same," and she was eavesdropping and
Yeah,
smiling.
exactly. Like she's smiling about how the men that ran through her are getting along. That is some next level stuff. I have to say this, and I can see why this is your favorite character. That is truly some next level ish. That's some next level ish. Yeah, it's not much you could say about that. It's like, yeah, she just kind of like went in and I don't know if she slept with Albert or Celie while this was going on, but this was something that actually happened. It's just like breathtaking. Like, wow, this chick is actually doing this, you know. And no heads up, they didn't even know that she was married. But what do you think the author's attempt was um, by marrying her off
To show that you can have a high body count and still get married, like there are
and a
no
high baby
consequences.
count and
Hmm.
still get married?
And to get
Um,
married to a man with of means.
exactly. So that's the message, and it does seem like modern women are doing this. They are, getting pumped and dumped, popping out some kids, and then somewhere in 40X, they find a guy to marry them because he don't have a choice because all women are doing this. Or I don't know why. I don't really know. I don't fully understand Mister's attraction or this guy's attraction, but I think that what they're going for is confidence trumps everything. You
Hmm.
know,
And
like
being promiscuous, it's
right.
that's a sign of confidence.
Exactly, exactly, because it's something that you do what you want, um, even when society, your father, the powers that be don't want you to do it, but you do what you want. You shimmy to your own shake or what have you, um, and that is what gets you whatever you want out of life.
Yeah, basically. I see Will said I've seen women brag about how the baby daddy and the stepdaddy gets along.
Yeah,
That's basically both my men getting along. Like, yeah,
yeah, pretty
either that the
much.
kingpin of that.
It's sadism. I mean, that's the only way I could describe such thing. It is sadism, because they're getting an empowered rush from making situations awkward.
When the bottom of the barrel is normalized. Big up yourself, Chad.
Well, I mean, and also, well, we'll talk about that when we talk about Sophia. But yeah, there is that, and in that juke joint scene, she was sitting on Mister's lap in front of his wife that she just serenaded with that sister song. So yeah, it's deep. It's deep. It's awkward. It's a whole bunch of things. So yeah, this guy, and he's getting along with Mister, and even though the man of the house said nobody touched that mailbox for me, she should Avery. So
She's
she
the man
touched.
of the house.
Yeah, exactly. She's the man of the house, and uh, she's having people mail stuff to her. I'm expecting a letter from Memphis. It's like, wait, what? You was just so certain that you would, be in his house after all those years, that you would
With
just be
your
welcome
husband.
in.
And then
Yeah,
it even highlights how much of a simp the husband is. I was watching the collab you did. I want to say it was either with Bernard or Bella, and you were talking about Sophia's husband,
Bernard. Yeah.
who Bern Bernard, yeah,
No, I
Sophia's
wasn't
husband
correcting
was
your spelling. I was just saying it wasn't Bella, because I
oh
was covering Mister with Bernard.
yeah, and when Sophia brought her new man to Harper's bar, and you asked the question. No, you had mentioned that he shouldn't even have been in her ex-husband's bar. So it's just highlighting how her new man was a pushover. I think
Right.
it was Bella because you guys were talking about Sigma and Gamma and Beta and
Okay, maybe it was. Yeah.
yeah. So it's the same with her husband where it's like, why is your husband even okay with you staying at your ex-man's house and having mail be sent to you?
Oh no, it was Bella, but it wasn't this guy. It was it
Sophia's
was
boyfriend.
Sophia's. Yeah,
Yeah,
Sophia's boyfriend.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. Sophia's
Oh,
boyfriend
I thought you were talking about
guys
this light
are
skinned
the
guy.
same.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying they're the same.
Yeah,
Where they
exactly.
allow these women to get away with those things where should be a deal breaker.
Well, he said, Buster. His name is literally Buster. He said, it's not my job to fight my wife's battle. It's my job to love her and take her where she need to go. That's me slapping my forehead. Like,
Yeah.
oh, it's your job to love her and take her where she needs to go. What can possibly go wrong with that? And we're going to get into what goes wrong with that. But really, is that a man's job to love her and take her where she wants to go? Not to mention that this is a older, fatter woman with a bunch of Harpo's kids. Yeah. This is how they see you. Fellas, when you get an urge to simp, know that this is how they see you. Like, this is their goal for you. Like Magneto said, this is what they want for all of you. They want you to be Buster, literally Buster. They want you to be that guy who's sitting there with a crap, stupid grin on his face, saying stuff like, It ain't my job to fight my wife's battles. Why in the world do your wife have battles? It's not my job to fight her battles. It's my job to love her and take her where she wants to go. Oh crap. That's what they want for you. A stepdad that drives her around and loves her. That's what they want from you. No position of authority, leadership, ahead of anything. You're just that guy with overweight leftover JJ driving her around. That's what they want for all of you. Anyway, so she gathers the mail, and we know what she finds in the mail. And this is the ultimate result. Now show Celie in the background, still a little timid, and unwilling to voice her concern. But now she says, Celie is coming with me. Do you think that the writers had her do it, had her assert herself over Mister before Celie for a reason? Because Celie
Most
later,
definitely.
okay, go for it.
Yeah, most definitely, because she's the man of the house. Like she's the one who is not only over Mister, but she's also over Celie.
True.
So she basically gave Celie the go ahead to say, "Hey, you can sign up for yourself now."
Hmm.
Hmm.
All right, we got somebody in here. Hold on. If you base your life decisions on entertainment, man, I'm gonna tell you something. Okay, most things. Okay, put it like this. Let's start here. A person could find anything entertaining. There are physicists who find physics entertaining. They and yeah, they and I guess every entertainer is basing their life decision on entertainment. So let's not belittle that. If you read about like Greek and Roman mythology, which is really rooted in the same thing, that's entertainment, or at least it was initially meant to be that until it became religious. So, yeah, that's just something that people are going to do. Now, it's unfortunate for the women who have based their life decisions on this form of entertainment because it doesn't lead, it's not the road to happiness that they think it is. It's not. That this movie would tell you that it is. It's not,
Or
but
not
go for it.
or not only that, but base they base their life decisions from entertainment without getting confirmation from people in their life, like not having anyone to look up to, like a dad or a mom, to
Exactly.
confirm what's being told in these entertaining movies and stuff. It would have been different if, say, you're watching this movie and you're seeing Shugs, but then you have a mom who is guiding you and saying, okay, this is why you don't want to aspire to be like Shugs, but you want to be more less promiscuous, more classy, etc., etc. But a lot of these women didn't have anyone to guide them, so they see a character like Shugs who is confident, strong, independent, um, um, setting her own path, travels, and look at the typical modern woman these days. That's all they want to do. Literally, live Suge's lifestyle.
Yeah, exactly. And because Suge, at least on appearance, is living a lifestyle that's more, let's just call it fun than the mother. Um, and actually, what's key, especially when you're dealing with young people, and I know you remember this. And by young people, I mean children. Children automatically feel oppressed by adults. All children feel like they're part of an oppressive system where this patriarchal system where they're kept down and you have to eat vegetables and all this crap. And They don't really see the love. They see childhood as oppression, no matter how happy the child is, because it is the parents' job to set boundaries. So there is going to be that natural relation, or gravitation towards somebody like Shug Avery, who is living completely free of anyone's rule. And then there's also going to be a disdain for Celie's character, who is an adult but is still under a tyranny, as a child would be. So it is an easy sell to young people. It is a very easy sell to young people, even the ones with mothers who are like that. Because children, once again, they don't understand the difference between a benevolent dictatorship, or just generally having an authority figure that's working to your advantage, like a coach or something like that, versus a tyrant. And this movie muddies the water a lot. So they're saying, either embrace tyranny, like you see the woman in the background with her head down there, or embrace freedom. That's how it's being presented to the masses of very young minds. Your thoughts?
Definitely emphasis on very young minds.
Right,
Um, yeah, because again, they try to make Sugar be someone you should aspire to be like. There's
right.
no positive representation. There's nobody in this movie where I will be comfortable with my daughter watching and say, "Oh yeah, I want to be like her when I grow up." Absolutely no one.
I wonder if you are who you are because you didn't watch this as a child in
I
Jamaica.
doubt it. No, I doubt it. Because there were the equivalent to this.
Okay, I'm sure.
Hmm.
All right. And so she says that and she does that. And then, and I doubt she asked her husband for permission. But
Permission?
yeah, what's that, huh? Like, huh? And on this scene, you could see, she's staring him down. He's coming back for his wife. You have Harpo there holding the door open for the guy, which is like WTF, as she is making off with Harpo's girlfriend, wife, or whatever this woman is, Squeak. So yeah, she pretty much just came over, ate their food, accepted their shelter and hospitality, and made off with everybody's wife. And she's gonna sleep with him. So, and he is probably going to too, the husband. So yeah, that actually happened.
I wonder if the husband knows that they slept together, her and Celie.
Stuff like that don't. I mean, maybe men back there were different, but I don't think he cares.
Mm. Yeah,
Yeah,
she definitely wears the pants in that relationship, and it's it was important for them to highlight that he has resources.
yeah,
Hmm.
exactly. But yeah, so she just kind of like made off with everybody's wives. Like she went in with a husband and drove off with everybody's wives, and that's I cover with Bella Rings why Squeak left. How Suge Avery is just this overwhelming alpha that just everybody falls in lines for, except who I'm gonna say.
All my life I had to fight.
No, 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 not her.
Oh, except for his papa.
Exactly. Exactly. Papa don't play. He like, you gonna let that nappy headed god cuss you? Boy, you're sitting at your own dinner table and you're acting like a waiter. That's Pop. He's not going for that confidence. No, no, whatever alpha technique you are going to try to employ is not going to work on Pops. I made sure my son didn't marry you decades ago, and I'm making sure that he check you now. That's Pops. So gotta hand it to Pops once again, because his son is in this predicament while his grandson is holding the door open for the man that's about to plow his girlfriend while his wife watches. So yeah, This is a thing. This is actually happening. Now, let's go to the next one. That's her daughter.
Really? That's Suge's daughter?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't catch that part.
Yeah, no, it wasn't in the things. A book reader told me.
Oh, okay. Well, it makes sense because she was smiling when she came through the door.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense. They both can sing and all that good stuff, but which means that in addition to being, a juke joint Jezebel, setting the population of Hotwell County a new high, you know, her promiscuous nature, her shake your shimmy. In addition to all that, she left him with the kids. She left the father with the kids. Now, keep in mind, Squeak left her kids too. Like in this movie, the women that they are encouraging young women to be like have no problems just leaving their kids with randos, leaving their kids to burden others while they go off to sing. This is completely okay behavior.
Well, because Mama got to still live her life.
Oh crap.
Like, don't let having a kid stop you from living your life.
Kids.
Kids stop you
Yeah.
from living your life. Yeah,
Yeah.
so it makes sense.
Don't let all them kids stop you from shaking your shimmy. And her father is left with the bill. So that happened.
Where was Suge's mom?
That is a question. That is a question. I'm assuming that she's in the same place that Harpo or that Albert's mom is, and that is up or down because in the time there was an epidemic of women dying in childbirth. So if I had to guess, it would be only that could be where it was at, where she's
But
at.
then now, with that being said, you notice all the women who would have been a better example than Suge's
Hmm.
died because don't want to fast
Good
forward
point.
to
Good point. There's no pick me's here. There's
yeah,
you're right because and they had to write it that way because with both of the characters, these guys were only going to be with a certain type of woman.
exactly. Because Mr's first wife died. We have no idea how she was.
We do.
Um, how was she?
I was saying on Bernard's that she was killed off by her boyfriend while she was coming from church.
His wife?
Here, I'll show you. So when I was covering Mister on the first scene, and I put the captions on because they really gloss over it. So even people that heard it 100 times never heard this, but I caught it. Here, his wife is
Mm.
dead. She was killed. She was killed by her boyfriend
Oh, I think
coming
yeah, I think I saw that.
home
I
from
just didn't pay
church.
attention to it. Okay, okay, okay.
So we know what kind of woman he was, or what kind of woman his first wife was.
Mhm. Mhm. And then
So I think
also,
that one line there really shapes his character.
yeah. So do you think she was more like Shugs or more like she had to have been more like Shugs to have a boyfriend?
Definitely was more like Suge. Remember, he's a person who's blindly attracted to confidence.
Mhm.
So it does seem like after being denied Suge, he found a more palatable version of Suge that
Mhm.
can at
Mhm.
least code switch for the father.
Mhm. Okay.
That's the if I had to guess, that's what was going on there.
And
But
then would Celie mom have been a pick me?
well, all I know of Celie mom is that she was sick um
Mhm.
towards her last days, and that's when the bad things started to happen to her from her stepfather.
Mhm.
Um, and he said news of this would delete your mom. So
Mhm.
actually,
Mhm.
it does make sense that she's of the temperament of Celie more so.
Yeah, and she didn't know that he was the father of the kid. She probably didn't even know that she was pregnant because to say news like this will delete your mom.
Yeah,
Wouldn't she have? Okay.
which means that she was sick. She was sick, and she
Mhm. Mhm.
she wasn't able to check in on her daughters that often. Uh,
Mhm.
and also, but it makes sense because every woman who's adjacent to Celie is suffering horrific tragedies.
Mhm.
And every woman who's closer in personality to Nettie or Shug Avery or Sophia, they live a happier life,
Mhm.
so um, because they're not a part of the patriarchy, which is just so oppressive. You know,
Yeah.
if you
Yeah.
join the patriarchy, this is what's going to happen to your daughters and you know, you will, heaven will call you, and then like 50 years later it will call him after
Mhm.
you know after he marries a 13-year-old that by the time he's gone, that 13-year-old is like 53. So he lived
Mhm.
a long life after that, and yeah, so they knew what they were doing, past the surface, and they did have a beautiful surface for it, but they knew exactly what they were doing.
The movie is a good movie if you were just watching it for entertainment.
Yeah, well, it's like poison is good if you put honey in
Mhm.
it. Yeah.
Mhm.
But,
Mhm.
you gotta be extremely careful what you present to your kids. You have to be.
Yeah, most definitely. It
So,
blows my mind how men have been expressing how detrimental this movie is to the black community's image, and then they decided to say, "Oh well, we're gonna remake it."
yeah, because they don't listen to men.
Yeah, they don't care.
Oprah never has and never done. Has
Yeah.
never listened to men. Yeah. And they feel that the female audience is a big enough audience, and then there's the guys that, I drink your bath water. There's those guys, that have $15 for a movie.
Mhm.
Lawrence Fishburne aged in real life the exact same way he aged in this movie.
Oh, absolutely.
It's funny, right? Because they showed him as Harpo's friend in different ages, but then you look like in the Matrix,
He
and
looked the
and
exact same when
what's
I
love
see
got
it.
to do with it? Like this looks like him at the age when he did what's love got to do with it. That's Ike. It's
Exactly. They did such a great job with that.
yeah, like hey, this is exactly what you're gonna look like in 20 years, and they hit it on the head. That's funny. All right, so ah, I know what you're gonna say, but I gotta ask. Do you think he should have hugged her?
Oh, absolutely not. Her dad. Your screen isn't sharing, by the way. I don't know if you're intentionally not
Oh,
sharing.
my bad, my bad. I was like, this is Lawrence Fishburne look exactly. So I'm pointing at stuff it's not even showing. That was not my intention. Okay, so here we go. Let me go back so y'all can see what I was talking about. Like right here.
Yeah, he looks. It's wild how they did that.
Yeah, it is. It is. That's some good predicting.
To answer your question, and hey, Stuart, thanks for joining. Oh, I didn't even show no. Hey, everyone who's in here. I see you in here, L Turner, Boycott. Everybody who is in here, shout out to y'all. Don't forget to hit the like button. We're streaming
Appreciate
it
you.
both on Game Changer and my channel. It's mainly on Game Changer's channel though.
Thank you. Thank you.
But
Yeah, but hit the like on both. Greatly appreciate it.
To answer your question, absolutely not. But you know why they had to do it though? They had to show that no matter what you do, there are no consequences to your behavior.
And
There are
he
no
was the
consequences.
last bastion of consequence. I mean,
Mhm,
there's the
mhm,
consequence of not getting married, buying a dog, dying alone, which she's not gonna do that because she married what seems to be a younger dude than her, you
mhm,
know. And there's the consequence of poverty, so she just avoided all consequences. And
mhm.
the final one was Unforgiving Father, who eventually forgave her because her voice is just, and she actually won him over with the same shake your shimmy crap that she does with everybody else, with all the men who are
Yeah,
behind her right now. You know.
yeah, yeah.
So yeah, it's like, hey, if you're loud enough and boisterous enough and persistent enough, you'll win anybody over.
And I do agree with Angela. I mean, no lie, this was a really good movie. The writer did her a good job in this, like not taking away from it. But it's like if you're watching it just for entertainment, you will enjoy the movie. But if you're really watching it to see the message in it and how it impacts our subconscious mind and make us view the world and the expectations that we go out, these movies like this definitely influenced us.
Okay, here it agreed. Agreed. I mean, I like Tupac, but you listen to some of the stuff in a new perspective, and you start actually listening to it's a great song, but then you start listening to the words and not just the melody and the beat. And it's like when I was young, me and my mom had beef. 17 years, you start picking it apart. The deeper you look into it, the more you scratch the surface, the uglier it gets. Then you start to see the abusive mom behind this beautiful love song between mother and child. It's so yeah, sometimes you just don't want to know how hot dogs are made, but yeah, behind this is
Exactly. You don't want to know how many calories in that meal. You just want to
yeah,
eat it.
exactly. Exactly. But once you do, it's like, should you eat it and should you serve it to your kids? Like that's where we're at right now. And the message here, as beautiful as it is, and trust me, the music of this, Quincy Jones, shout out to him. The music of this alone, the soundtrack, which also won an award, will just get to you, like God's trying to tell you something right now, and just everything, and she just out singing the choir from a distance, and she just barges in and brings like a whole slew of sinners to church that Sunday, and you know
Tyler
and
Perry kind of took ripped this off when he did Diary of a Mad Black Woman, didn't he?
elaborate.
When she burst open in the church. Um oh, what's his name? Tyler Perry, or his name. The character he played when he was the dad and his wife was a crackhead, and she in the last scene she came into the church, started singing. Her daughter was in the choir singing.
Okay, I remember the crackhead. I don't remember that scene.
That was like the big scene, and they were singing the song. Can't remember the name of the song. And that was the first time her daughter got to lead the choir. I think it was the last scene. I know someone in the chat know what I'm talking about. And she was singing, and like she came in, and Tyler, the dad, who was played by Tyler Perry,
Right.
went up and hugged her. Basically the same thing her dad did in this scene.
Well, I mean, Tyler Perry he rubs elbows, or at least like that skin that's on top of Oprah's elbows with Oprah. Like because, they both did Precious together, and so they're friends. I mean, I wouldn't, and Oprah had her finger in this movie as well because Harpo's name is Oprah spelled backwards, and she's doing the play and she's doing this remake. So it wouldn't be far fetched that he got the idea from there, and it just went on. And yeah, it's just this. It's supposed to be beautiful scene that You can have it all if you're Jezebel. That Jezebels get it all. And the more submissive you are, the worse he'll beat you, is the overall message here. And I know on the surface, Angela, it's heartwarming, but should she be forgiven? Like, what message does that give to the modern church girls? What message does that give to her daughter? Like, that there's no consequences for disobeying thy parents, thy
And
father.
notice she didn't do anything to redeem herself but sing.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's like it's not only that she shouldn't be forgiven, but did she prove that she's changed her ways? Did she show remorse for her actions? Like, did she at
Exactly.
least, give back to the community that she took from?
Exactly. And I think he was surrendering more to the congregation than he was to her. But the congregation was surrendering to her. They were moving to her music. So he's like, okay, you won the people, and I am a servant of the people, a conduit between the people and God. So I'm gonna pander to the mob, your mob and my mob, who are both moving to your tone, and hug you. I mean, you know, because it seemed like he's too old to, like, push her away with a large ruler, which is what he should have done. He should have just like stuck her with a large ruler. Like, I had to take care of all these kids, and I'm sure grandkids by now, and raise them to be better women than you. So, yeah, bad scene, bad scene. It's a good bad scene. Like I say, honey and poison. Now, this is the final scene. Well, there's one more that I want to talk about, but I skipped it. But I just did it out of order. This is the scene where they're showing where Nettie is about to meet Celie, and to me, this is like, really.
Yes, that stood out to me too. You know who's the alpha in this scene.
Exactly. This is like a literal pecking order, and she's at the front of it. Behind her is Suge Avery, and behind her is the owner of the house that she is now, alphaing. And keep in mind, she slept with everybody there. So, but yeah, they had to have that optic, and then wait, did I do that? Okay, I didn't take the last pictures, but um, so after that, there's a scene that shows Harpo over there at Miss Celie's house, holding some lemonade. He's just standing there holding lemonade like the butler. And then that's when they talk about Nettie and Celie, and they had their Maki Dada moment. So yeah, that's pretty much the end of that. And I was thinking on that scene, why is everybody, including Mister's own son, over Celie's house right now while his father's in the house alone? Your thoughts?
I mean, I think it just goes to reiterate, like, haha, she won, he's alone. He has no one. Because even remember the scene when he was leaving the bar and Sophia was like, you should probably see him home, and Harper was like, oh, he'll be all right. He'll be all right. Remember?
Yeah, and I brought this up to Bella. What's his issue with Harpo? Like, or what's Harpo's issue with his dad? I mean, because yeah, he was a confused monster. No doubting that he was written to be that. But what did Harpo have against? Like, yeah, what was Harpo's skin in the game? Like, this is the
I think
person.
it was
Go for it.
I think it was more Sophia influencing Harper to not like his dad. Because you remember Sophia and Mister didn't have a great relationship from the beginning.
true, but towards the end, they were better. That's why he was in the bar with them, and he's like, "I'm happy to see y'all together."
Yeah. I mean, again, maybe it's to show that hey, the men end up alone and the women have their sisterhood. Hence the scene of Shug Avery standing in the forefront of somebody else's home.
Yeah. So they really showed her as the alpha, and they didn't spare any opportunity to do so.
And again, it even highlights the sisterhood, where it's like no matter what, you need your sisters, you need your sisterhood.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the whole premise behind this, like, nothing but death could keep me from her. Like, everything was
Yeah,
about sisterhood, the sisterhood that she had with Shug Avery, the sisterhood that Celie had with Sophia. It was just sisterhood all around. And it seems like
yeah,
actually even Squeak left in order to
to be with the sisterhood.
exactly, like, I
Yeah.
mean, at the like all in one sitting, just all of these alpha presents just hit, meek little Squeak at once. And she's like, okay, I'm gonna be a part of that. I don't even think she
Mhm.
rehearsed. She just said, I'm gonna sing like, oh, okay, come on. Like, well, don't you have to ask your husband? No, I'm an alpha. Like,
Don't you? Yeah.
like, don't you have to ask this man if you're gonna bring like a bunch of chicks on the road with you that you don't know? You know. So, but yeah, they definitely painted her to be, as you say, everyone's favorite or all the women's favorite. And unfortunately, when presented to children, she becomes the most emulated. She's become the most emulated in the black community, which is definitely not a good thing. So every twerker and thing like that you see is a woman trying to express her Shug Averyness. That's her way of showing how Shug Avery she is, and by proxy, alpha she is. Because I do things that people don't want me to do. Just like Shug Avery, she didn't do anything that anybody wanted her to do. She just did what she wanted to do. So, and closing her character, there is one scene that is really insightful about women in general, Shug Avery in particular, and that's this one here, where they're in the field, and she was like, trees are just like us, they want to be seen. And she said, I think it pisses God off, and this is the namesake of the movie. I think that it pisses God off when you walk past the color purple in a field and you don't notice it. And basically, and I'm trivializing it, but she's expressing her thirst for attention. And by proxy, women who are adjacent to her are women, even like Celie, who's nothing like her, but she's still a woman. She's definitely expressing like a thirst for attention that drives her behavior. Like, just like the trees, just like the color purple, I just want to be seen. I just want to be noticed. I want that more than anything. And really, that's the only weakness that she expressed throughout the movie. And I think that that was really like a slip. Like, Alice Walker wasn't supposed to expose that particular weakness. What's your thoughts?
I would agree on. First of all, that scene was cringe to me. Her saying, "Oh, her saying the color purple." It was like, oh, okay. The name of the book and the movie is like,
Right.
okay. But yeah, um, I think maybe it's just the highlights, as you say, like the thirst for attention, the thirst for validation, like um, it's a diss to God if you don't acknowledge me, the black woman, and sing my praises.
Okay, but I agree with you except for the last part because she didn't say sing my praises. she is just a notice. And here's what I think that the author was trying to hit at. I think, and this is just me from gathered understanding of women over the decades, not which couldn't compare to actually like yourself being one. And it's gonna sound bad, especially to guys, but I think that the greatest offense that Mr. did to Celie was not noticing or appreciating her. Not worshiping her, but not noticing or appreciating her, nor did he put her in a position to be noticed and appreciated by everything. He basically didn't give her enough attention. And I think for women, that's a worse punishment than impact or physical punishment. I think that that's what she was hinting at. Like that was the real crime that Mister committed. Am I digging too deep?
Okay. No, no, I can see how it makes sense, but it's if she's speaking on behalf of Celie, because Mr. did appreciate Shugs and showed his appreciation for her.
Hmm.
So I feel like yes, to your point, if she's speaking on behalf of Celie.
Well, I think that she's speaking more to the effect of, I know how important attention is. Because it's more important that this, you know, the drive of attention is stronger than motherhood, wifehood, daughterhood. It's stronger than any connection that's out there. Any other type of connection that breeds satisfaction to a woman. So she's expressing that for her. She understands it because she got it. She's not speaking it from a position of want. She's speaking from a position of experience. Like, um, all I got, for my life's decisions is a lot of attention. And that's more important. Dang, when I dig this deep, it's really difficult to express.
So
But
basically, what you're saying is she did get a lot of attention.
yeah, but she did it because she sacrificed for attention. And look at what she sacrificed. Like she sacrificed pretty much everything for attention. But in Suge's mind, she's like, it's worth it. And now she's stressing the importance of attention. Like trees are just like us. We just want to be noticed. Being a preacher's kid and things like that, is not going to get me noticed. I want to be noticed. She understands that about herself, and she's expressing that understanding to Celie.
And this was after the whole this was after she went into church and her dad hugged her, right?
Um, no, this is before. Yeah, this is before. Because after this, she's gonna say, "I feel like singing," and then that's when she goes into the thing. So I just missed this one. Somebody get that tarot. I don't know who that is. Yeah, I don't have time for foolishness. But yeah, so but this part is definitely deep, and I'm mad at myself for not making a slide of it. But this part is definitely deep. And you got to think of it from my point of view because I've watched this movie all my life, and like most men, very limited understanding of women. I really, and I've told you this privately, but I really, throughout my life, I really underestimated the value of male attention to women. I really did. Um, and if men didn't, they really wouldn't be giving it out freely like this. You really wouldn't. You wouldn't be in a juke joint just oogling, knowing that that is her life's blood. But I digress on that. But I think that it's two things. I think that they were doing two things with this scene. I think that one, they were expressing Suge Avery's life and her life decisions and choices was what drove those choices. And also, in the same time, they were expressing, the tragedy that was Celie's life, because this is the thing that she was lacking. She was, isolated by her stepfather. She was even isolated, the connection between stepfather and or excuse me, the connection between daughter and mother was severed prematurely. She was put in a house and, with no adult interaction or connections, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like all of these things is happening to her. And she's just there, like not able to do anything about it. Um, yeah. So, yeah, I don't know. I think I'm digging too deep. I think I'm digging too deep for everyone. So let me stop for a second. But what are your thoughts?
I mean, I definitely see your perspective with her. So basically what you're saying is she does not regret her life choices.
Yeah, I think she made an exchange. She exchanged love for attention. She
Mhm.
exchanged familial love for attention. And, whether happy or sad with her decision, she do recognize that attention is very valuable to her.
Mhm.
And while at the same time expressing to the audience, like, you know, that Celie lacked that. She lacked that. She lived a very isolated life, and um, that was the real reason behind her not being happy. I mean, of course, the beatings, but more so than that, there's that. There's just to go unnoticed. So okay, like the Scarlet Letter, like her punishment, she wasn't like publicly, whipped or anything. At least not that I know of. But she was ostracized, which is a woman punishment. Like men they put on a chain gang or make them mine gravel or some crap like that. It's a different type of punishment. But isolation is a true punishment to a woman.
Yeah, cuz attention is their currency.
Exactly. So yeah, just my thoughts on that. All right. So Sophia, Sophia. All right. Let me see if I can
All
find this.
my life I had to fight.
Yeah. All right. So Bernard covered a lot of things. Hold on. Okay, we went too far.
Shout out to Stuart if you're still in the chat. Thank you so much for the cash app. Mitchell, I see you in here. Haven't seen you in a while. Fem gem for you. Shout out to you. Clarence asks, can we come up on the chat? Are you dropping
No,
the
this
link? Mhm.
no, this is a one-on-one. All of the reviews of Color Purple are going to be one-on-ones, but I will have open panels, and of course, you're welcome to Chantel's on Sunday.
Michelle said, I remember vividly watching The Color Purple when I was in high school. The theater packed both blacks and white, and there wasn't a dry eye in the movie theater. Grown men were crying. I'm telling you, this movie will do it to you. This is a good movie. It was written well. The storyline was well, especially when they reunited at the end with her and her sister. I'm not gonna lie, I was bawling too, Michelle. I was bawling.
Okay, but how did those white guys feel about black guys after that? Like, they just kind of looked at black man like, yeah. y'all pieces of crap, and we're gonna give your women welfare to get away from you. That
That is true. That is true. When we analyze just how the movies and media can affect our subconscious mind and portray us in such a negative way. That's why I titled the stream on my end, how it kind of confirms our stereotypes. We're either sexual, um seen as sexual objects, or we're loud, combative, argumentative.
agreed. I mean, they all can be traced back to this movie. Now, speaking of optics, I couldn't clip it just right, but there was a scene that when they were walking to the house, and Sophia was walking like a green beret, soldier, and Harpo was like bumbling behind her, like now come on, Sophia, come on. He had like Harpo has always had like this Jar Jar Binks, you know, swag to him, and he's just bumbling behind her as she's walking to her future father-in-law's house, with pure confidence, and you know he could barely speak to his father like, us gonna get married. What's your thoughts, just on the walk alone?
Yeah, it's to show who wears the pants. It's to show, because first of all, you gonna go meet your baby daddy, future husband, parents, and you're entering that dominantly.
Mhm.
Like, usually you should be quiet and shy and meek or nervous,
Right.
to meet your in-laws. But she's like, nah, I wear the pants, and I'm gonna show them that I wear the pants. Even if you do wear the pants, you're still gonna be like, shy meeting someone new, especially your in-laws. But nah, that scene was
Strong black
definitely
women
to
are
me.
never shy.
Exactly, they're never meek or humbled or anything like that. They're just always dominant.
Exactly.
um
Yeah, they're
yes, it
always
definitely shows. And then, I
yeah.
mean, it's all intentional how they had him walking behind her,
Right.
how she was walking, like, she was dramatic with her walk. And what stood out to me, though, it was so funny how they described her as being fat in the
Yeah.
movie, but it's like, dang, compared to what fat is now, like, she wasn't as fat compared to like a Lizzo or a Test Holiday.
Well, yeah, the general definition of fat has shifted. You remember the movie Next Friday, and I think her name was Yo Yo, but um, yeah, it was Next Friday. And Day Day, Mike Epps, he was saying, you don't know Baby D. Baby D know all the snacks, all the year 2000 snacks, she and the whole thing was he was making fun of her weight. She was fat, but she's not fat by today's standards, like by far. So yeah, there is a there. The bar for fat has shifted. Um, Agreed. And
Yeah, most definitely.
Bernard also points out that she's significantly older than,
Oh, is she?
yeah, and I didn't know if, because Oprah forced her way into this movie and into a role that was meant for a younger woman, um,
Mm-hmm.
the makeup artist is just not that good, or is she written to be older than Harpo? But then I thought, and when I was reviewing Squeak's character, Squeak called her a fat old heifer. So there is a noted age difference between Harpo and Sophia.
Now, did Sophia have any children before Harpo?
No, because she says in this scene that Mister's like, looks like you got yourself some trouble, and she was like, no trouble, just big. And he said, who the daddy? She said, Harpo. He says, how do you know? She said, because he the only one, which means that
Mm,
this is her
okay.
only kid thus far, her only
Okay.
pregnancy. We don't know if that's, if Harpo was her only lover, but, this is her only kid. So, like, so far, so good. It's bizarre, to say the least, that a man like Harpo, and let's talk about this for a second. Harpo is what I would assume to be, given the time and the place and the situation, a high value man. And we'll later find out that he's an industrious, high value man, and he even creates success that exceeds his father's. But just from an inherited standpoint, and the fact that his family is a large land owning family, in a place in the world where agriculture is very important, he should be, and he probably was a catch. But what's going on? And it's not like that was the style and the time and place. She was recognized by others as fat old heifer. But yet, somebody said Harper was an undercover simp. Under what cover? How did he cover his simpery ever? It's not secret. He wasn't hiding it. Mister is hiding it under the guise of Mister. But once Albert come out of him, then the cover is revealed. There's no cover with Harpo. He is what he is. But and I think that this is just like with Suge Avery. It's really that promotion that if you're confident, you get any man you want, and you could be fat too, and old, and really don't appear to have any deemable quality whatsoever. Your thoughts?
Yes, most definitely. Because I know you covered Squeaky is her name with Bella
Sweet, yeah.
Rings,
Uh-huh.
but she liked Harpo because remember she helped him build the bar. Remember
Yeah.
she was like, "Oh, I thought this was our place." So yeah, I feel like Harpo was a cash. Um, I think a lot of women in that time was probably lining up for Harpo. I mean, he had land. His family had land.
Uh-huh.
He had his business, and he was doing well for himself. Now he picked up this baggage that's gonna tell
Ha!
him where.
You called her baggage. Go for it.
Yeah. So that's gonna dictate his life. I don't know if are you gonna show the wedding scene?
Yes.
Shout out to Andre. Haven't seen you in a while. Most American men are like Harper than Mister.
No, no, no. Because I think that Mister and Harper are one and the same. I think that Mister and Harper are one and the same. It's just that Mister does he uses Celie as a beard to hide his inner Albert. Mister is also Albert when Suge Avery is in town. No, I think what you want to say, and I appreciate it. I appreciate the super chat. I think what you want to say is that most American men are more like Harpo and Mister than the father. I think that's what then Mister's father, because he's literally a dying breed. But thanks a lot. Also, notice in this scene where the positioning of the camera, he's she's in the foreground, he's in the background. Her head is up, his head is straight, and maybe even a little bit down to an angle. You see that, like the body language going on there?
Yeah, definitely the body language played the part. Those nonverbal cues, going back to how she walked in, going back to how she sat down first. I don't know if you're gonna clip that, but you remember she sat, and while he was still standing, while Harper was still standing, if I'm not mistaken. No,
It's
this
hard to
before
move
that.
it like second by second, but yeah, I know it's
Hmm.
hard to move it second by second. But let me see if I get it.
Yeah,
But
definitely her body language plays a part to show who wears the pants.
yeah, see, look at him, hat off, and oh, she got her hat on inside. Yeah, didn't.
Yeah,
Yeah, she had her hat
begging her to
like
come.
Harpo had his hat off the whole time, but she had her hat on inside the house. the whole time.
And going back to why I said she's my least favorite character, because she had no reason to be like this. She had no reason to be all rude and having her hat on and acting as if she is the head of the household, right? You're meeting
Right.
your in-laws, you kind of humble yourself. At least the first meeting, right? At least the first interaction, act like you have some home training. Um when she grabbed the water from Celie and was like, well, at least somebody knows how to treat a guest. And it's just like, why
Yeah.
on earth do you think you could be talking to somebody like that in their own home? Regardless of how bad Mr. is, you're still in his home.
Agreed. Do you think her sister, you see this? Yeah. You think her sister, you think her sister represents the welfare system? Like I'm staying with my
Yeah.
sister and her husband, and she
And
said that I could stay there as long as I
no.
want. It seems like now that she has that alternative, that safety net forever, meaning that she's perfectly comfortable being a burden to her sister's
To her
husband.
sister, yeah, because that stood out to me too. It's like they say I can stay there as long as I want. I can't imagine my sister staying with her baby in my house and my husband and my children as long as, like, where is your baby daddy? Like, I mean, I just can't imagine that. Yeah, I love my sister to death, but come on now.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, it definitely represents the welfare system.
All right. So you went to one of those places, one of those no bra strap prep schools. Is this true?
We didn't wear hats, so I wouldn't know.
Okay. I'll take your word for it. Um, yeah, I'll take your word for it, Michelle. To be perfectly honest, I don't know the rule for women, so I'll take your word for it. All right. So, yeah, and then she walks out with at least somebody know how to treat a man, and she walks down the aisle because it's not tacky at all. She walks down the aisle with her baby. Where in the world? This is not an attractive bride. This is not an attractive bride. I don't want to thump on her to thump on her, but Harpo did. He is well. First of all, to be clear, pause if you want to, but he is more handsome than she is pretty. And this isn't me saying he's the handsomest man in the world. This is me just making an observation of how much this pairing don't make sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like, I mean, especially since Harpo had options clearly
Yeah.
with Squeak.
Well, he got Squeak while being married with kids. So imagine, he definitely had options, and he would have had more options where he's just a younger, childless man who's a future landowner who has the charisma to bring everybody together in his juke joint in the middle of a river, you know. So yeah, like he does have deemable qualities. So it's definitely, you know, obvious who got the better deal here. All right, so moving on. So she didn't even kiss him, and she goes into the eyes married. The way they talk, the way they talk. Oh, Jesus. Ah, keep your accent, Chantelle. Keep your accent. If you feel yourself developing like a Southern accent, then you're doing wrong. You're doing wrong. You're better off where you are.
I is married now. I is married.
Yeah, you don't want to wind up saying that. I don't know how natural born Texans talk where you are, but if they do, you don't want to go around saying I's married, especially if you wind up in California later in life. We would the Jamaican is much more pleasant. It's much more pleasant. If I heard that, I don't know how you Southern brothers do. Eyes married. Y'all don't have the word we in this movie. They don't use the word we, because that's just not what they did. So it's, that's why they say, me and her, us have one heart, you know, they replace we with us. It's, yeah. Yeah, they do talk like the day after slavery. It's bad. So she goes into the eyes married thing and, just ignores Harpo. He's married too. Her side of the family is significantly more than larger than Mr. and Harpo's family. Um, I noticed that the father isn't there. The guy that I like Pops, he's not there. Pops is not there. More power to him. It must be tragedy for a man like that to see his sons go into such despair. It must be a true tragedy. But
Yeah, most definitely, because I can only imagine what Pops has to say about her if he had that to say about Shug.
well, it seemed like he'd say all the same crap. He just throw fat in there too. He just
Mhm.
throw fat into the mix of all the insults. He would replace legs like baseball bats to fat with fat. Yeah. Shout out to Pops. And yeah, that is Sergeant Waters. So, um, by this time, Harpo has
Wait, in that
realized.
scene, in
Go
the
for it.
marriage scene,
Yeah,
um,
it's hard. Chantelle, it's hard to like take it down like 1 second. It just does jumps. But I
yeah,
know
but
you're
you
talking.
remember when
Go
the
for it.
when he went to shake Sophia's hand, and like her sisters, the sisterhood protected
Yes.
her. Remember that scene?
Yes.
Like, where was her dad? Where was her father figure? Like,
Well, her father figure was the guy that she had to fight. All my life, I had to fight. I had to fight my uncles. I
Oh,
had to
yes,
fight
yes,
my
yes,
dad.
yes.
So, of course, all those guys weren't there
Wouldn't be
because,
there.
they're
Yeah.
incestuous and molestus, like most of the men in this movie. Yeah. So they're not there. Um, and it's just full of the sisterhood who won't show the man respect after he is, the pater familia. He is the head of household. The juke joint, all that stuff is on his land. Well, his father's land, but you see where I'm going with this. Like, he deserves more respect. Somebody said, "I'm just here for Shan's accent. Keep it classy." I'm not. I'm complimenting the accent just like you. I'm saying don't develop this this accent, whatever accent this is. That's what I'm saying. All right. So he goes to his father for advice. She's probably the last person you should go to for advice on women. And it's also a bit too late to ask for such advice about how to deal with Sophia. That the advice he should have gave months ago or a year ago would be to not marry her. She's fat, and all sorts of other problems comes from being fat. See, people think that I'm not into big girls because for shallow reasons. To them, I'd say yes, and then there's more. There's all types of personality crap that goes along with a woman who understands that how important looks are to me and still choose to be fat. So it's a flex. It's all kind of stuff going on that I just as soon not deal with, and I'm happier not having dealt with. To be perfectly honest, and this is an example of that. It's a domineering personality. It's like and look at the precedent that Harpo has set. He's basically saying, "What do you mean? she got angry fat. Is there a positive fat? Is there like a, like, oh no, this type of fat is a good fat? No, it's all fat. It's all bad. There isn't a good fat. There isn't like a happy fat. There isn't like a, what's the good adjective that you could put in front of fat and make it better and have it be true? There isn't one. There isn't one. It's all bad. Anything you put in front of the word fat ruins the word that you put in front of it. Just to be clear, this is not Santa Claus. Yeah, it's okay. This is not Santa Claus, and I'm not a kid. And I wouldn't mess with Santa Claus either. Wouldn't marry Santa Claus either. But no, they're not jolly. They act like this. They act like this, like all the time. And look at him running across the field, which they do have him in a very strange direction, because and this is really what they're trying to do with the patriarchy, kind of displayed as dysfunctional, and nonsensical and petty, which is what they're doing with Harpo's character right now. He comes out of nowhere, and he probably came from the direction of the pantry or what have you, to tell her, a person who's is working, she's not on some Peggy Bundy stuff, to get me some pies or something. It's like, come on now, that's like a petty abuse of authority, immature flex, whatever you want to call it. And that's to make her justified, or at least appear justified in her defiance, because she is being functional, and it does seem like he's being a little petty.
That's a great point, because they do stuff like that. Like, they make it seem unreasonable to justify why she's refusing to make him a sandwich.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, it's
Mm-hmm.
a justification. She's there. She's in the middle of, seeding the ground with whatever, and he just comes from across. He passes the pantry to say, "Get me some pies from the pantry." Like, so they're creating a scenario of justified defiance. Is what they're doing, because the writer Alice Walker don't see value in the patriarchy. So Celie gives her the advice to beat her, and Harpo attempts to do so, and you see the bruise over her left eye, or excuse me, her right eye, which would suggest that Harpo's left-handed, or it's a plot hole. But so in addition to everything else, she is from the Dahomey tribe, and she just is knocking people out, knocking out grown men and everything. So the relationship naturally ended. Now, before we get into the juke joint and his new relationship, what are your thoughts?
I mean, I feel like it was kind of odd that the relationship ended, knowing Harpo's personality. He originally didn't strike me as the type that would constantly fight her. It would probably be okay, he tried hitting her, she hit him back, and okay, he didn't try again. So with them saying, yeah, they each time they fought there was another child, and so that indicated that he was constantly trying to fight her back, which
Right.
then though is the Harpo that was dating. Those characteristics align more with the Harpo that was dating Squeak. When you remember when Squeak came, and when she came up to them, and he was like, "Don't you see a man dancing with his wife?"
Right.
Whatever. Yeah,
He was more confident. He was more
yeah,
successful.
exactly. But not that. That's not the Harpo. I would not expect the timid Harpo to be fighting back so often to the point where she left. If you get where I'm going with that.
Yeah, exactly. You make a good point, because she was getting the better of him, at least that one go round. She was getting the better of him, and but she was exhausted from the from the physical exchange more so than her. So, yeah, you make a good point with that. Um, and maybe that goes more into the position of power. Like she left him versus he kicked her
True.
off his land,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
like the optics. So here we go. Here we go. So, of all the bright ideas in the world, she decides to bring her new lover, Buster, to her husband's, because they couldn't easily get divorced, land, you know, where the owner of the juke joint and the owner of the land and everything, with all the guns is right there. And we're just going to drink and have a good time. And she also asserts herself. He's like, sit down, have a cold drink. And then she just grabs his drink. She grabs Mister's drink and say, I'll have some of this right here, which is in a mayonnaise jar. But, you know, back in the day, I guess. And she's drinking unidentified alcohol from a mayonnaise jar right now that Mister already sipped on. So, definitely the same energy that
It
she
was
had.
moonshine.
Now, all I know about moonshine is that I don't want to drink it and that it has something to do with potato skins. Or am I wrong?
I believe you're right. All I know about moonshine is stay away from it.
Yeah. So, she's a woman and she's, the kids are just, whatever. Um, while she is drinking moonshine with a man named Buster who says stuff like, who is yearning to be a stepfather to a woman that looks like that, to a fat old heifer, quote, while he say stuff is my job is to love her and take her where she needs to go. It's like, where is these guys self-respect? It's like they all just surrender to confidence. You see this? Like that's the theme throughout the movie. Like, if you're confident, then some Buster's always gonna come along and you
And
know
they do say things like that,
oh,
as
modern
women.
men say stuff like that?
No, dating advice that we get.
Oh, okay.
They'll say things like, "Oh, never be too available. Let him think that you're busy." So, like, if he's trying to plan a date, like, be complicated and be busy. They still give advice like that
What's the end goal of that?
to make him think you have option, or to make him think you're so confident, like you don't need him, you're not desperate for him, so he should go above and beyond to fight for you.
Okay, so I'm not capable of or qualified, I should say, to give women dating advice. I will say this: being unavailable don't make you attractive to us. Now, I do understand that being overly available or appearing desperate or something like that may make men less attractive to you. In fact, I'm almost certain that it does. I get that part, but do they really think we're stupid? Jesus, do they really think we're that stupid? Like we're so dumb that we say stuff like, "Look at how unavailable she is. I want some of that unavailable." Are we stupid? Sex submission sandwich. Like, where in that are they getting we want unavailable? Where's the song where the guy is talking about I love those unavailable girl? What in the world is this working? The women who give you this advice, what are they doing? Are they with the guy who's just like, oh, what attracted me to her was the fact that she's unavailable. Oh, you know who those chicks are with? Trill.
You took the word out my mouth. Oh my gosh, you're reading my mind. You are reading my mind. I was just about to say, yeah.
They
Yeah,
went
because it's like
Trill.
they're with men like Trill, because it's like, oh look,
Well, no, he
um,
literally said, "I want the ones who's least available."
And then they'll say like, oh, she didn't need me, she was doing her own thing. Like
Holy
I
crap.
she had to pencil me in, I had to patiently. I mean, I'm not saying Trill said this, but men like him who are married and who will give dating advice and believe that they are capable of giving relationship advice because they're married. But when you really look at their relationship, like they are the, I mean, their wives wear the pants, and they put their wives on this pedestal, and they sing her praises, and just how great she was, and how and it's usually the men who you claim that they used to run the streets, and then when they were ready to settle down, they found their wives, and it's their talking points are very common. Those men who have wives who are boss babes.
Oh crap. That's how y'all see us. Holy crap.
And yeah, the leverage the box. Yeah, man. My wife put me in the friend zone for 3 years.
Holy crap. Oh, they think that's a good thing.
She put me in a friend zone for 3 years, and I messaged her once a week, every Sunday, with a Bible verse until she was finally ready.
Holy crap. That and these guys never had that not work. I would assume that they would just come across a woman that didn't work and they would just figure it out. Like it seemed like it would just take one. Like, I kind of went out like a simp. Like,
So it's not that it didn't work. It's that like for Trill, for example, his wife was probably like, okay, he's the best one. He is consistent. At the end of the day, he would make a good husband because he will bend over backwards for me, and I don't have to reciprocate, and he will sing my praises. So in the end, it did work for Trill. Staying in the friend zone for 3 years did work technically because he got what he wanted. It's
yeah,
just that
go
it's
for it.
it's not a good look for him.
Well, yeah, but it's like look at how it worked out for Harpo. Like Harpo could say the same thing. He got married, you know, but the type of marriage, was not what he was looking for. Well, I don't know.
Exactly,
I really
exactly.
don't
And that's
understand.
the
Yeah.
and that's the thing, when I hear men like Steve Harvey, hear men like Trill, even hear men like Kirk Franklin. I saw a clip of Kirk Franklin the other day where it's like, yeah, you're married, but it's a type of married. And a lot of those people think that they deserve the mic because they are married. But when you take a deeper look in their marriage, she's wearing the pants. You're putting her on a pedestal. You're living your life to please your wife when it should be the other way around. When it should be her being your helpmate, you are being hers.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what's going on. And Harpo was not thriving under those circumstances. He was muted under those circumstances, but in the reverse situation with Squeak, he thrived. And she's literally in that. She's literally drinking the alcohol that is the fruit of what Harpo was able to do with a better woman. See how crazy that is? And then there's Buster that's just there for the ride, literally.
Hmm.
Okay,
But
so
Harper allowed that though.
well, he shouldn't have went. That's the thing. He shouldn't have took Sophia to well no, let me scratch this. Just out of respect, he'd take her to Mister. But he needed to take her to Pop and heed Pop's advice. That's what Harpo needed to do. He like, okay, now that we left, Albert's house, let's go to Grandpa's house. That's what he needed to do. And I could just picture him now. Why'd you bring this nappy head heifer over in my house wearing a hat and a tablecloth for a dress? Like I could
You
picture it now.
forgot you forgot the adjective of fact.
Wait, objective fat. What's that?
You forgot fat.
No, I said fat. Oh, no, heifer is implied fat.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, heifer is a cow. It's an old
Oh.
timey way of saying cow.
Oh.
Yeah. Or correct me if I'm wrong. It's. I'm pretty sure it's some people in rural areas here, but I thought heifer was a fat person. Speaking of which, so Squeak mustered up her courage to confront Sophia. Um, and she starts off light, Harpo, who this woman? And for whatever reason, and Harpo is a different man now. He's like, this is my wife. But he said it with confidence. His head is up, like this is my wife. Um, and he was like, can a man dance with his wife if he want to? To which she says, not if she heifer, and not if she's my man. So that takes some lady balls to just go up to this ogre and say, um, I am the woman who's sleeping with your husband. Bow down, bitch, because I built this. So she went straight to her with that, and she's about 90 pounds soaking wet. So you got to give that to her for doing that. And then she was trying to play it classy. She was like, fine by me, and the people, the pianist was like, oh, gotta go, you know. She slapped her. She realized what she did, and she got knocked down the hatch. She was conveniently knocked down the hatch, and a whole brawl ensued. So your thoughts on Squeak, how she handled it, how Sophia handled the situation, knowing that she was the heavyweight of this, what's going on, but she still was cordial until Squeak threw the first punch or
Yeah, I
slap.
was just about to say, I was watching you and Bella review it yesterday, and you pointed out that Squeak did through the first punch, where I was expecting Sophia to throw the first punch.
Mm-hmm.
Really. So that says a lot there with Squeak throwing the first punch. I wonder what their intention was behind that, because I'm pretty sure Sophia is known, well, the scene when she hit the white man hasn't come yet, but she is known for that aggressive when she make her fists and
Mm-hmm.
ready to punch. So I wonder what their intention was when they make Squeak throw the first punch.
Well, to be fair for Sophia, she never throws the first punch. Harpo threw the first punch, and she punched back, and so I think that they're trying to.
Didn't Sophia throw the first punch on the white man?
No,
Mm.
no. You see, Sophia is what I like to call annoying as legally possible. A modern example of this type of behavior would be twerking in inappropriate place, where children reside. Like, a lot of women do take on the as annoying as legally possible, which is like somebody who gets in your face and just does stuff to provoke, but they don't take it to the next level. And then when you do, they're like, oh, look at you, can't believe you hit me. An example of this
Mm-hmm.
would be and I used to want to do this bad, somebody who plays their music in the car extremely loud in the middle of the night and just drives by neighborhoods.
Mm-hmm.
um that's as annoying as legally possible, even though that is illegal, but it's very difficult to enforce because it's a moving car. So
And
go for it.
L. Turner made a really good point. L. Turner said, Sophia never felt threatened by Squeak relationship with Harpo because she knew that she still had Harpo in her back pocket. So maybe that's why she didn't throw the first punch, because
Did
she's
she
like,
though?
yeah, she knew she always had Harpo. Sophia, remember, she's the one who left.
Okay, I would have just assumed that Harpo moved on to smaller and better things.
Yeah, but he was still choosing Sophia over Squeak. Like even in his moving on, because you remember he was hiding in the cellar in his own bar.
No,
Remember?
he
And
was
he
in the
fell.
roof. He was in the
Yeah,
roof
and he
doing
fell
something, and
from
then
the
he come
roof.
falling down. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's
Now,
like
how
I
do you
feel
think?
like
Go
mm?
for it.
No, I feel like Sophia kind of had the confidence that no matter what, um, she could always get Harpo.
Because Harpo is under the spell of confidence, and even though Squeak may have justified confidence and true value um,
Mm-hmm.
as a helpmate, guys will take confidence over everything because
Mm-hmm.
Mama say so. Okay. It's like I hate thinking that, like the first thought that comes to my head is like, do they really think we're that stupid? But then, I've come across instances primarily in this space where like, yeah, in many cases we are that stupid. So I can't even, well, anyway, because the men are brainwashed just like the women. So, you know, knocked her in a, conveniently open hatch, and you know, this is when she starts to work her voodoo on Celie. All right. So this is when she leaves her on the street. Okay, dang. That was a big skip. All right, let me. All right. 24:45. Let's do this. There we go. Okay, so Miss Sophia. Oh no, no, no. Miss Millie. Miss Millie is the white woman's name. Her first name is Karen, by the way. So she comes over, and she see the kids, and she's like, oh, she's one of those cheek pinchers. And I was a kid with, like, I'm an adult with high cheekbones, and I was a kid with puffy cheeks, and I knew a cheek pincher when I seen one, and she definitely fits the bill. She is definitely, when they casted her, they knew what a cheek pincher looked like, and it looked like her, and at least the white version. And she was telling the kids, be nice now. The kids was wiping away her kisses and stuff because she is creepy and weird. And she says in this scene right here, would you like to come and work for me and be my maid? um and then she said two words, and I questioned both of them. She said, hell no. And I have a question. Why did she not only say no, why did she say hell no? Your thoughts?
Yeah, especially knowing what that would have led to. Um, I mean, I saw the white lady as just like a little naive, like
Ditzy.
um, yeah, Ditzy, like oh, because she had asked Sophia if she could work for her, right?
Yeah, she
And
asked
it's like,
Sophia, how would you like to work for her and be her maid?
yeah,
And she
because my kid's
said,
cute, like that don't make no sense. Like, I will come be your mate because you want to pinch my kid's cheek, like
well, she said,
it's
before that, she prefaced it with, your kids are so
oh so
clean.
clean. Yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes. You're right. Yeah, yeah.
So
Okay,
it's
okay.
like your
So
kids are
scratch that.
clean, maybe your car is clean, you know.
Yeah, you know how
Uh,
to
you want to be
clean.
my maid. Yeah.
Yeah. And she said, hell no. Yeah, in saying hell no as opposed to just no, especially knowing
But why would
the
she even say no?
situation. Because it's degrading, probably, to cook clean for a white woman.
You live with your sister.
Oh,
You live with your sister and her husband,
does she still,
and you
though?
you're getting driven around by a guy named Buster. I mean, is your sister and husband, aren't they like, a get a
No, you remember?
job
Remember they
to,
said she could live there forever?
yeah, exactly. So she's comfortable just living off of her sister and her husband. And when the opportunity comes to pay for some of the clothes for the kids and, the moonshine that she drinks and the food that she eats, when the opportunity for that comes, she not only say no or no, thank you. She says, hell
Hell
no.
no. I didn't even remember. Does she still live with her sister at this point? This has been years.
Well, I doubt that she lived with Buster. I doubt that she lives with Buster because his job isn't to feed and clothe her. His job is to, you
Drive
know,
around.
is to love her and take her where she want to go.
Mm-hmm.
And he was there when all of this is going down. It's not his job to intervene. It's not his job to fight this particular battle. Oh no, his job is to love her and take her where she needs to go. So he's letting her handle this situation. Like he wasn't even the one that say, "No, Miss Sophia, no, Miss Sophia." He wasn't even the one to say that. He was telling the guy that's pumping the gas so he can take her where to go. Can't you pump that crude any faster? That was his reaction to the situation. But this is what I mean when I say as annoying as legally possible. And I don't know why everybody has something against Rashida Strober in the chat room. But this is what I mean when I say as
Who is
annoying.
that? Who is Rashida?
Rashida Strober is a friend of mine, and she's also crazy, and she knows that I notice about her. And she's a dark skinned activist.
Oh, I thought she was an
She's a
actress.
colorism active, or she's a darker
Oh,
skinned woman who brings awareness about darkism um, to the masses. Is her mission statement.
oh,
Um,
I thought she was. I thought they were referring. I wasn't keeping up with the chat, so I thought they were referring to her, the lady on the screen, Karen.
no, no, and which is why I'm curious why they're bringing her up in this scene. Like maybe I could see like during a fight between a light skinned and dark skinned woman, maybe her name would come up, but I don't know why. I'm just reading like passively, and I'm like, why do y'all keep mentioning that? But Angela's like, she's also crazy. Okay, so here's the thing. Here's the thing. I had her on my show because she said something on her show that I had to address because she was talking and she was furious too. Like you could see it in her face. And this is a quick aside. She was talking about how she took her daughter to the park, and it was some kids celebrating a birthday party, and the people were nice enough to bring her daughter in, even though they don't know her daughter. I guess she's the same age as the kid who was having a birthday party. So here's some cake, here's some ice cream, yada, 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 right? So it's like, for a kid, it should be like, hey, free cake and free ice cream. And everything was well and good until they cracked open the pinata. And then they cracked open the pinata. And this is what I mean by crazy. Her daughter got less candy than another light skinned little girl. And she flipped and she recorded her flipping about it. She's like,
I would
how
be
come?
pissed. I would be so upset if I was the parent of the child who I invited you to
Yeah.
share my cake and ice cream, and you go be thinking that your daughter is entitled to more candy than a kid that my daughter actually knows.
Well, there's that. But then to go further, and I was trying to get this to her on my show. It's funny. I'm thinking about that episode. It was so funny. I'm trying, but in addition to that, I was explaining how the pinata system works. Now, for those of you who come from different cultures, and actually, it's not even a Protestant thing; it's really more of a Mexican thing. But nevertheless, we do it here in the U.S. Those of you who were kids and had pinatas, is that they blindfold the kid and he or she swings a bat or a stick at a paper mache animal of some sort. And once it burst open, all the candy and little toys and stuff, just spreads out, and the kids just rush it and grab as many as they can. Now, the parents don't really have anything to do with this process. This isn't like Halloween where, a cuter kid can get more candy because, the people who are at the doors being jerks or something. Like it's whoever grabs the most candy quickest. So if your dark skinned daughter has less candy than a light skinned kid, it's because that light skinned kid was faster and got bigger hands or what have you. But it has nothing to do. That is not colorism.
That's why a lot of times I don't even participate in a colorism conversation, though I believe it's important. I think it's just sometimes it's just some people can just take it to the extreme.
Yeah, exactly. So, but yeah, no, good friend, good friend. If you're listening now, hey, good friend. But that was crazy. That I brought you on the show just because of that. That I couldn't make heads or tails of that one. All right. I actually brought you on because I didn't think you knew how pinatas worked, to be honest. But that was insane. All right, so back to the thing, back to the show. So right here, instead of just saying no, thank you, like a normal human, or even yes, like a person who's living with her sister and her husband, um, or a person who, and even still, you're still living off of people. Like even if you are living with Buster, you're still living, you're still living off of somebody who it's not their responsibility to take care of you like that. You should be trying to pull your weight is what I'm getting at. So that's the no part. Like, why'd you even say no? But then you want to be as annoying as legally possible. And this is what I was talking about before, where a person is as annoying as they can get away with without hitting somebody. So she was like, what you say to me? Because as the mayor's wife, she's not really used to being talked to like that. And her innocence would suggest that she's not really used to negative confrontation at all. So she said, I said, hell no. And then, the husband comes and, he hits her first. And then she does that slow fist ball thing. And Lawrence Fishburne is like, no, Miss Sophia. No, Miss Sophia. And she knocks out the mayor, using her strong black womanhood. What are your thoughts so far? Well, okay, put it like this. If what presumably the goal was to show women like this in a never back down situation, alpha female situation, why this scene?
To show that she's strong and even she stands up to black men. I'm sorry, to white men also.
Do you
So
think it was
she's not.
cautionary? Because, like because this is the result of standing up to white men. So do you think that the author was deliberately saying be as obnoxious as you can to black men but not white?
Mm, yeah, because I mean, yeah, because I was gonna say she did, but then years, like she came home, but that was years after though.
Yeah, so
That
she
was
was
years,
arrested
but
for
she's
about
still
8
there.
years,
Yeah.
according to the books, she was raped regularly, this is
Mm.
secondhand information and, you know,
So she did deal
and
with the
apparently,
consequences.
yeah, she got like random beatings and stuff like that. And I hate to say this. I hate to say this. So I'm gonna actually pause before I actually say it. But it did seem like that was the only thing to get her to submit,
Yeah.
which makes both Celie and Mister right. Like that was the only thing because now she is working for Miss Millie, and she's walking around and got the list. She's a completely different. She's not doing that marching that she was doing. She's
Yeah.
not, she's
What do
like
you
a.
mean by it makes Celie and Mr. Right?
So Harpo was like, "How
Oh,
do I get Sophia to
yeah,
mind me?" And they
yeah.
both said, "Beat her."
Be her, yeah.
And she is mining, she is a helpmate to
Submitting.
someone
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
after being beaten. I mean, and I don't want to say that. I'm just saying what was going through Alice Walker's mind. Like you do realize you solidify. Like, I mean, what was that about? Like, why did you do that? Like, because now you're kind of saying like, okay, she is submitting to a patriarchy, so you just gave validity to something that you probably didn't want to give validity to. But why is the question? Like, what's with that?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about too. Like, what's the symbolism behind that?
Yeah, because it's like, pull this crap with black men, and but don't pull it with white or something. But I don't know.
Because it would have made sense if she didn't deal with the consequence, if she wasn't in jail and away from her kids. But she did deal with the consequences.
Yeah, she dealt with the consequences. So they did put a limitation on this confident, strong black woman, et cetera thing. You know, um, and also I think it's very important to note that after the mayor hit her and she hit the mayor back, which is perfectly legal, it didn't work out like she wanted. She actually, because she was calling the sheriff for help, and the reaction to the sheriff, what he did wasn't helpful at all. Like somebody described in the chat room, he hit her with the butt of a gun, and and her dress was blowing in the wind for all to see, and all that stuff, and get my children out of here, like all that. Yeah, it didn't go as planned, and now she's actually, for the first time in her life, a helpmate to somebody.
But then also, did it show how black men didn't protect her in that scene?
Yeah, but I mean, that's what happens when you don't have a patriarchy.
Mm-hmm.
That's what happens when you don't have a patriarchy. When you're with somebody, it's my job to love her and take her. He literally said, "It's not my job to fight my wife's battles." He literally said that. This is the result of that. Why would Alice Walker write that? Like, it's like, maybe patriarchy is a good thing when it's benevolent, when it's done by somebody who has your best interest at heart, so you don't wound up, looking like the guy from Goonies that said, "Hey, you guys," like that's you right now, you know, trying to read a shopping list with your good eye. Like that's your situation right now. Um, yeah, like even a non-confrontational man, or a man who knows better than to punch out the mayor, it only works if you submit to your man's rule, and your man would just say, no, I think what she means to say, no thank you, because she's already busy with her duties as my wife and her and mother of our children. That would have, because they asked her several times, what did you say? Like they asked her like twice, like, what did you say? Like they gave her an out, and the least the man could have did was step in and say, no, it was she was just saying this. They it was awful. But men like that, men who would intervene on a woman's behalf, don't get with women like that, with good reason. With good reason. Because if you are a man who's willing to step up for your woman, you got to make sure that you choose a woman that don't do ill crap like that. Your thoughts?
Yeah, most definitely I agree. I see how even the guy, like as you said, the guy she was with, that was like saying, "Can you pump the gas a little faster?" And the other guy who was like, "Miss Milling, no, is it no, not Miss Milling,
Miss
Miss
Sophia.
Sophia, no, no." It wasn't their place to back her up. it wasn't her place to, it wasn't their place to step in. And then I
Mhm.
feel like they probably intentionally didn't allow them to step in. The writer didn't allow them to step in because then it will show that, okay, black women needed black men to save them.
Yeah. Yeah. So, they want to show black men as behind the wheel, but it's like, no. I'm not going, it's not our job, especially if you're not my chick. It's not my job to defuse a situation that you instigate. Any man who does something like that is a man who's short-lived or shortly free. Because they're not going to stop. They're going to continue to agitate and instigate situations until you are dead or in jail. You know, Maybe that has something to do with the black man incarceration and mortality rate. Just saying. So, you know, um, then she tries to be nice and take Miss Sophia home for Christmas. She's like, I can drive well enough, and you can stay with your kids all day, which is supposed to be like a mercy. Like, really? I get to see my kids all day on Christmas, a whole day. Gee, golly, thanks. A whole day. So December 26th, it's like, all right, I need you to clean up the mess from yesterday. Like, dang, this chick was cold. Like, and you just ignored all the other Christmases, like years prior, and just watched as she cleaned up, knowing that those kids whose cheeks you were pinching and thought was so cute, she's not seeing those grow up. Karen Millie is a cold piece of work. And she don't even know it. She's so ditzy that she's not even like, oh man, she's a piece of work. When she turns on the engine, the whole neighborhood just gets on the sidewalk because she's out there. And yeah, so she gives her permission. And this is a completely broken woman. She's seeing her kids for the first time in a very long time here. And you see when I pointed out that, Squeak is pregnant.
Oh, I
And
didn't see that. Is she? Let me see.
yeah, okay, let me see. Dang, it's hard to navigate with this.
So she would have been pregnant for Harpo.
Yeah, Squeak is there, but oh wait, I think there she go. Right here, she's pregnant.
Okay.
Yeah. And keep in mind, it's about 8 years, so she probably already popped out a couple.
And she obviously forgave Harpo for the fight that he didn't. Well, I mean, to
Well,
be fair,
yeah, I
he threw the
mean,
first punch.
like that's light in a large scheme of things. I think.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, well, what could Harpo do? Some random guy just came out of nowhere strangling him, like, get your hands off my boy, and then a brawl ensued because that's what black men do, apparently. But this little boy can't help but look at the camera. So she's having trouble driving, and you know, and she wound up cutting her holiday short. All right, and now we are. Oh crap! You wanna segue into this scene for a quick second?
Oh, this was when they were laughing at the fact that they both had shugs.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then they toast with the eggs, talking about how every man in this house has smashed that woman.
Yeah, she's sitting there listening and laugh and smiling.
Yeah, this is okay. This is the example of healthy relationship that's given to Gen X
Yeah,
and millennials, and
because
they're doing
being
it to new generations now.
because being promiscuous is empowering. Like
Yeah,
you're in
exactly.
control, your body, your choice.
And they're just happy to be getting some. So Danny Glover aged the same way too. All right, so I guess the last scene is Christmas dinner. So, what's your thoughts on why? Um, what's your thoughts on the fact that Nettie never married and neither did Olivia?
Um, I was curious too as into why Nettie never married because she moved to Africa to be, she was their nanny. Who is Olivia?
Olivia is
Oh, the
Celie's daughter.
daughter. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Yeah, I found that odd too because Adam got married to the friend,
yeah,
right?
yeah. To Olivia's friend. Yeah.
Yeah. And like it was odd that so Nettie just dedicated her whole life raising them, even when they were adults. She was still there raising them. Like it was very odd. Of course, that was intentionally done because then that would mean that she would have to meet a man who treats her well and who's not a simp, who's not a pushover.
Oh,
Um,
so yeah, and they couldn't like they didn't want to portray African Harpo, which seems to be the
yeah,
only functional type of relationships there with a
yeah,
alpha
yeah,
female and a beta male. Yeah,
yeah. Because Nettie would have needed a healthy relationship to let the story end
right.
good. Yeah,
You got to show who got the upper hand, but and they also want to show like functionality absent masculinity. They also want to
yeah,
portray that.
yeah, definitely. And they want to show those strong women who don't need no man to be
Now,
strong.
Bella had to go. But what's your thought on that? I mean, like I say, every black woman modern trope, stereotype, whatever you want to call it, um, can be traced back to this movie. One of which doesn't follow um, the Jezebel, Sapphire, Mammy tropes that has existed for quite some time. This is a new one, and that is the strong, educated woman. Now,
Mm, mm-hmm,
Nettie is the precursor to that.
mm-hmm,
Because she's always talking about reading and reading and reading, and she goes to Africa and they don't teach the girls to read, and it's education, 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 and like many women, including yourself, as you were taught when you were younger, to put education
mm-hmm,
first, and it seemed like that lesson is why she couldn't find a black man in Africa. Just saying, like,
mm-hmm,
and also Olivia, who was taught in a tradition of Nettie,
mm-hmm.
the same results.
Not having a husband.
Yeah, not having a husband. Well, I mean, like think about it. Like, you're an African guy and um there's a tribe of women who were taught to be helpmates. And then you
Mm-hmm.
have this one chick who probably isn't hot by whatever standards they consider. And I'm not insulting a little kid. Or the actress that plays the little kid. I'm just saying that she's Nettie's daughter. That's what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Not
Um
Nettie, Sophie.
yeah, she's Celie's daughter.
Steelers.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Who thinks a lot different than what you have become accustomed to. She's been
Mm-hmm.
trained a lot different and therefore less desirable. So I'm think so they kind of showed like a generational curse in the Nettie line there.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, to them, it's not a generational curse because they don't need a man, right? They're trying to promote life without men, and that's what they're trying to
They seen
push.
that as a
That's why they
positive
can.
because what happened is what eventually wound up happening was Celie's matrilineal line ended. Like Olivia is the last one. That's the last one to carry her bloodline, her mitochondrial DNA that's passed down from mother to child. She's going to be the last one that possessed that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if they want to think like men, passing a legacy is very important. So she's not continuing that. Mister's continuing that, through Harpo and all of Avery's kids and you know his
Mm-hmm.
sons.
Mm-hmm.
Like
But Adam got married.
yeah, but when we talk about matrilineal, just like the son carries the father's last name, and
Mm-hmm.
but Adam. So if it's matrilineal, then it will be the daughter's tradition of the mother that's passed
Mm.
down, and that's been cut off because Adam is her son.
Yeah. I
So
mean,
yeah.
and that's why I don't know the logic behind that, because they are big with you don't need a man. However, biological, like, you do need a man to reproduce and to have kids and stuff. So how can you carry on your legacy without a man? So that's why they justify it by not caring about their legacy. If you don't
Okay.
care about your legacy, then you really don't need a man.
And that is something that's impressive because what the message of this movie is teaching young women is to not value the things that men have control over or men can take away from you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You
Mm-hmm.
know,
So don't value family because you need a man to form a family.
exactly, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I say it was an oversight because they still value attention.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that is something that men can take away from
That
them,
you
but they
need,
don't
yeah.
because they want to drink bathwater. So, and that's probably why it's an oversight. Like, yeah, they do have control over that. They could take that from us, but they want this box.
Mm-hmm.
We could
Mm-hmm.
leverage the box for that.
Shout out to Trill.
Oh God. All right. Yarly, appreciate you, brother. It says,
Hey, Arlie.
I remember watching this movie with my mom in the late 90s. This movie made no sense. Remind this movie was produced by Oprah and Butler Lee. No, I think he came later. I think Oprah put some money into it, but this is music by Quincy Jones, directed by Steven Spielberg, and written by Alice Walker.
Is
I don't
Butler
know who
Lee?
produced it.
Who is Butler Lee?
Um, he did movies later with Oprah. I think he actually did The Butler with Oprah. Uh,
Oh, I saw L Turner recommended that we review The Butler. I saw he put it in a chat earlier.
maybe one day.
I've
See,
never seen it, so.
I love doing movie reviews, but a couple of things, fellas and ladies, is that they're very long, especially a movie like this. I really want to cover a movie. That's why I'm doing this in like four different things, and difficult to organize if I'm doing it with people. But most importantly, it don't really get as many views as it normally does, and that's because people don't like spoilers to movies that they haven't seen,
Mm-hmm.
and some people just don't want to rerun of something. Like they don't. A lot of people don't really know how in depth we go into it, so they feel like they've seen everything and they know everything and they know where the conversation is going to go. But trust me, they don't, and you could tell your friends that. When sharing the stream.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but it is a lot of work, and so yeah, it's something that I would consider in the future. Absolutely. I don't like Oprah, so it's going to be extraordinarily biased on anything that she does. Whether it's Precious, I don't like that. I don't like what's that movie where they're drinking her breast milk? What was that?
What? Are you talking about Four Colored Girls?
No,
That wasn't Oprah.
no, that wasn't Oprah. But no, this is worse. This is worse. It was like slavery. Danny Glover was in it too. It was nasty. People were drinking her breast milk. Oprah was naked. Everything about it was just god awful. Help me out, chat room. Help me out. I'm be honest. That movie was beloved. Oh crap. Oh crap. Oh crap. That was awful. That was awful.
I've
That was
never even heard of that movie.
because it's so terrible. It is so terrible. I actually don't. I literally blocked out a lot of it. I literally blocked out a lot of it. And really, and what stuck with me was that part. And I know you're friends with Brienne, and she'll tell you, and I've told the story here so people know why I'm like this. Breast milk is just pure disgusting to me. I don't want to see it. I don't want to think about it. I don't want to know it exists. It is awful. It's disgusting. I When I was like 17 or something, I ate it on accident. it was the worst day of my life. Like up until of my 17 years, it was literally, I could not fathom feeling so disgusted with my life ever. And then Oprah gonna make a movie of people drinking that crap. It was just, yeah, dang, it's traumatic. It's traumatic. But yeah, and Brienne, she's a new mother, and we was on Melody's panel, and then she was like, "No, I was busy," and then she lifted up the canister with the milk, and then I just dropped off the thing because I can't stand it, Chantelle. I can maybe if and when I become a father, I'll feel different, but
They say it tastes like almond milk.
I don't know what almond milk tastes like. But I can tell you it's ridiculously sweet. But Chantelle, none of that matters. It's breast milk.
So in the movie, why were they drinking her breast milk? Or though, let me watch it. Let me watch it and see, because I've
Okay,
never
well,
heard of that movie.
I tell you, it's because she was a slave, and I
Mm,
guess she had a
okay.
perverted owner.
Mm.
Yeah, yeah. If you watch it, you'll probably be mad at me or mad at whomever brought it up. But yeah.
Mhm.
But anyway, okay, so yeah, I read that one. All right, thanks a lot, Gnarly.
I think who was it? Yeah, traveling. Tony, shout out to you, Tony.
Appreciate you, appreciate you. It says this is only a problem in the Americas, Africa. Number one, y'all say that, and this isn't a contest of who got the most obnoxious bitches. However, if y'all do not keep your hands strong, it will happen there. And the reason why I know it will happen there, if y'all do not keep that imp hand strong, and y'all not keeping the imp hand strong, I could tell you that much right now. I could tell you that much right now, and it's pissing me off. Um, because this is a movie, and I've seen like a dozen crappy Nollywood movies like that. At least those movies are crap. This movie just so happened to be good. At least y'all keeping the hand strong there. But y'all have movies with the exact same sub messaging in it, and you know it. You know it. Every Nollywood movie has been absurdly long, absurdly religious, and absurdly feminist crap.
Oh, it's
And
so funny. Emphasis on the long. They be long as hell. Like but
yeah,
no, I must say though, I'm not a fan of Nollywood. My sister is a huge fan.
mhm,
And I was forced to watch it like whenever I was getting my hair done and stuff. And of course, moving and not being in the same state with my sister anymore, I wasn't watching them as much until I went to visit her sometime last week, and I saw how it changed. Like it's mimicking a lot more of this like feminist agenda,
exactly.
boss babe. Like Nollywood now wasn't the same as it was 10, 15 years ago. 10, 15 years ago, they had the patriarch, and they respected the head of the household and stuff. Now they're pushing this whole boss babe living on her own, sleeping with somebody's husband
Yeah.
lifestyle.
And they do it for a long time. So and how do I know this? Because my ex is African, and I used to watch them with her. It wasn't 10 years ago, but I used to watch it with her. And I was like, this is some garbage. If y'all continue down this path, you're going to wind up like the sisterhood, like the sister girls. So miss me with that Africa number. If I'm telling you, your hand is slipping, your wrist, the wrist is slipping. Babuya, 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 ha. Your wrist is slipping. And if y'all allow this garbage to infiltrate the brains of y'all youngins, then y'all gonna be in the exact same place we are in 20 years. Cause y'all got a bunch of color purples. All right. Fences is a great movie. Now, this scene was cringe AF. It was cringe as I don't know what, because out of nowhere, she breaks out of her submission mode and she finds herself and she said, "Oh, Sophia back." And then she goes into this whole mammy, over assertive, going past them P's, making commands, random ghetto country commands, you know, to children or grown men, you know. Um, and she's like, okay, I'm back now because I am now comfortably in a state of no consequences. I'm currently in the land of no consequences, which is the black patriarchy. So I'm now demanding past those P's after. Yeah, it's. What's your thoughts?
And that's why I took back what I was saying earlier
Mhm.
about this scene, because yeah, she did. It was years. So she was dealing with her consequences. She was living with Millie for years. I did I even say why Millie, she's no longer with them? Like she served her time or something?
I think Millie died.
Oh, she did?
Yeah, Millie died.
Oh,
Yeah,
when did she die?
she died. That's when she was released. So she served Millie to death. No kidding.
Oh, okay, so that's why she came back.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah, so she served her to death. So she served her time, which was even more odd that she's like, "Oh yeah, Sophia is back." Like all those years of being submissive, and then it's like, as you said, you're now in the black man's household, so you can let loose and not respect.
exactly.
And talking
And
to the
that's
kids any kind of way, and just being her old self.
and also, and here's the thing: it's contagious. It's contagious.
Mm-hmm.
Suge Avery brought her back.
You're right.
See, seeing Suge Avery assert herself, seeing Celie assert herself, and she's like, "Oh, Sophia's back now." She didn't have that in white society. I'm telling you, it's contagious. And you Africans are like, "Oh yeah, that's just y'all." No, it's contagious. Why do you think that they go to your continent to twerk? They are spreading their illness to you. That's what they're doing. They're spreading their Suge Avery illness to you. Y'all gotta wake up. Y'all gotta wake up. If y'all think that this garbage, you have to put a wall up. You gotta put a front up, Keep your daughters from watching this crap. You have to make a conscious choice. I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something right quick as a quick aside, Chantelle. Somewhere around 2010, I seen a special on Uganda and how they didn't want to spread rainbow. And I was cracking up. I mean, I was watching this show, it was like an hour long special, and they had what looked to be like a crazy pastor. And he was an anti-rainbow person, and he said, "You know how they say what goes on in a person's bedroom is their own business, but do you know what goes on there in their bedroom?" And then in church in Uganda, he just pulled up all of this rainbow porn and showed it to the congregation. And he was like, "This is what they call anal licking. And it is when a person licks the anus of another man. And Barack Obama wants you to eat the poo-poo." I was cracking up. And Chantel, you got to see it yourself. If
I think
you
I remember that. I think I vaguely remember that.
Yeah, it was so funny. And I thought, this dude is nuts. He is nuts. And they think that our government is vested in them eating poo-poo for some strange. I was like, this dude is nuts. This dude is nuts. But fast forward, and Biden and Harris is actually using trade agreements to leverage their policy on homosexuality. I kid you not. He was prophetic. When you think that the crap that happens here is our problem and it won't affect you, you have another thing coming. Because, dude, because the vice president of Barack Obama right now is, he's not trying to get them to eat poo poo, but I'm just saying, keep that hand strong. That's all I gotta say. All right, back to this. Enough poo poo talk. But back to this. Back to this. Um, so yeah, now that she's seen other assertive black women, she remembered her old self, and she got the glow. She got the Bruce Leroy glow again, and now she's just barking orders to everybody. And oh, Miss Sophia back. Miss Sophia back. And then Celie pulls the knife out on Mister, and she says, she about to cut him, but she's like, don't trade places with what I've been through. So, which tells me is that the only thing chicks like this understand is consequence, legal consequence. Like, do everything, but don't, like, the only boundary of, the only limitation to their dominance is the law.
Yeah, the white man.
Yeah, exactly.
But then, with that being said, then though, why would she? Because okay, so she wasn't stopping her from cutting him with a knife. She was stopping her from having to deal with the consequences of cutting him
Exactly.
with a knife. Mm.
Oh yeah, no, this wasn't because she loves Mister so much and she respects, the person that's literally feeding her right now. No, it's nothing like that. Quite frankly, I'm curious as to why she's even there.
I was just about to ask because why she's there, because Harper has his new woman that's pregnant.
Yeah, like right there, like somebody needs to say, like, why are you here? Because
Maybe for the kids.
Mister wasn't at the Christmas thing though. Did you peep that?
Yeah, because it was her family.
Yeah,
Well,
but
no,
this is
because
his family.
yeah,
I
because
mean,
the
and he is her
grandkids, it
kid's
would be his
grandfather, but
grandkids. Yeah.
so like Mister don't get invited to her cookout, but she's invited to his, like, with his new
Mm-hmm.
wife, and of course Buster's gone.
Mm-hmm. Of course, Buster is gone because there's no driving her around no more.
Yeah, yeah, tell me about it. Yeah. Uh, so yeah, that happened. I don't know why this girl got a bow with no hair, but I guess that's how they got down back then. And but yeah, Miss Sophia's back. All right, I think it's just one more.
You made a good point though that Miss Sophia is back because um she saw Shugs, or yeah, she saw Shugs and Celie standing up to him.
Exactly. And also, even if it is a patriarchy, it's still a beloved patriarchy, kind of like what Miss Millie is in. Like, submit to the patriarchy that has your love and best interest in heart because you're the mother of their kids. Like, I mean, because another patriarchy is not going to embrace you and treat you the same way. Like the way their patriarchy treated you was a lot different than the way their patriarchy treats their own women. A lot different, you know, and that's why. So she's like, okay, now I'm in my own patriarchy where, I can use techniques that work, you know, on my men because they're more sympathetic to my plight or whatever, or their wrist is weaker, and I could say stuff like hell no freely. I could just say hell no, and there's no consequences here. Look, I don't want to make this a talk about that. This listen. The reason why I brought that up was to just say a lot of negative influences from here, like feminism, can reach there if you're not careful. That's what I'm saying. And this isn't to you. This is to the person who's like Africa's number one. I'm not saying, I'm not knocking it. I've never been. I'm just saying watch your back because I've seen your movies. And it all start this whole series is all starts with movies. It all starts with movies. All right. One last scene. The father. Yeah. He comes, he's like, you need to get yourself a nice young guy. Okay, actually two more scenes. So Mister's become a lonely old man and a drunken one at that. He's for the entirety of his life, he's always been functional. He worked the field. He made a masculine contribution to his household at every stage of his life. He's been working that field since he was a little boy, just like Harpo has. And now to reach a stage in his life to where you know it's an empty nest, I'm pretty sure it's difficult for him, and he's probably drinking a lot more for that reason. His father pointed out that he spends more time in the field than he does. Well, I'm my bad, because this is Mister. This isn't Sophia. So at this point, he says to him and Sophia, "It sure feel good to see the two of you together." Explain that to me.
Um, I feel to me it was because remember he didn't want them together, but he
Hmm.
was like, "Oh, family," as you said, he's now emptiness, like he has no one to go home to. So now he's seeing the importance of family, maybe, and that's why he was like, it feels good to see that you guys aren't alone, as I am."
Okay, I could see that. Um, I wish he was a different person. I truly do, because I wish he was his father, because I don't see it that I could never see it that way. I will always see that him getting with her is a tragedy that affected the development of his grandchildren as a result of it. Um, yeah, it had a severely negative impact on his family lineage. Harpo's his only son, legitimate son. Um, I'm pretty sure he had some with Suge, like everybody else. But I would see it as a tragedy, and I would also be like, "Hey, that what's her name, Suge Avery drove off with your chick, the one that you should have been with, the one that actually made you better and helped build this place." Like, and so there is that. That's how I would see it. But also, she was actually in a helpmate capacity, at least in this scene. You notice that?
Yeah, because she was helping him with the bar. She was helping him close up.
Yeah, she was washing the glasses and stuff. Yeah.
Hmm.
So that was a thing.
And she
And
was being kind when she said, you should see him home.
yeah, exactly. So she was a different person, which gives. And I hate to say this, I really do. I hate to say it, but it did seem like she needed. Oh God, nah. Somebody's gonna clip it, and I'm gonna sound like all type of Ike Turner wife beater type dude, and which I'm not. So I'll leave that alone. But I can't leave it alone because she's she's different.
Hmm.
All right, this scene here. And just like you, I didn't even know that this was a feminist movie until my auntie brought up this scene. And then it made me mentally reevaluate the entire movie. And that is that the symbolism of Miss Celie's pants. And so she created a pants store for women and men because one size fits all, meaning that nobody is wearing the pants, everybody is wearing the pants. Did you catch that
The
symbolism?
quality. Yeah. You pointed it out on movie night when we
Oh, I
first
did.
watched
Okay.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Because
that
somebody
got me
pointed that
paying
out to me.
attention
Yeah.
to the equality, right? Like they wear the pants, and then not only because that's the
We
first
share the
time
pants.
ever
Yeah.
they're wearing pants, but we share the pants. Yeah.
Yeah. So, a quick history lesson, people. Women weren't allowed to wear pants for, I think, the entirety of the 19th century. Um, the only reason that the law changed, which is America weakening its hand, was the invention of the bicycle. The invention of the bicycle gave justification to allow women to now wear pants. I didn't make these laws, I didn't make these rules, but that's what happened. So this was a big deal, the Miss Celie's pants scene, because it would have come shortly after women wearing pants was a thing. And yeah, the symbolism is we share pants, which really means that this nigga is walking around with women's clothes on, and she walking around with men's clothes on. But it don't matter because that's the
Yeah.
society that that Alice Walker is moving towards, has moved our community towards. So, yeah, that was a thing. The symbolism there, and yeah, one size fits all, and which is I'm no whatever you call it, seamstress or whatnot. I don't know the science behind that, and quite frankly, I don't care. I'm not wearing a woman's pants. That's something Michael Scott would do, not me.
Ha ha.
Oh yeah, you remember that episode? I was hoping you got it. So while I find this last scene, the episode I'm talking about was when Darren, the guy from the warehouse, he was gonna ask for a raise, and Michael Scott wanted to be taken seriously, but he was gonna like make a stern position, but Daryl pointed out that, hey, you know that those are ladies' pants, right? So he was sitting there in women's pants, and he didn't, or he knew, but he bought it because it was a discount and thought nobody would notice. So yeah, I couldn't do that. All right, I'm trying to get that last scene, but I can't find it. But it's a part where Harpo is standing there holding the lemonade, you know, while his father, seemed like he's holding the lemonade for everybody. Yeah, there we go. Yeah,
Oh
look at it.
yeah, serving everyone
Yeah,
in Celia's home.
yeah, exactly. He has a home of his own and is right over yonder, but he's just there as the lemonade server, wearing his wife's pants right now. That's how they see you. That's the ultimate goal. Like, hey, you own a juke joint, right? Well, you should serve the lemonade. Nothing here is on accident. Nothing here is on accident. They like, okay, years of effery has brought Harpo to this. And just like his father, he's dominant when in the presence of a submissive woman and submissive in the presence of a dominant woman. Just like his father.
But if you are a submissive woman, you'll get beat and treated like trash. So don't be a submissive woman.
True. However, I think that his situation was more of a cautionary tale for the men, and a cautionary tale in the wrong way, because his thing was he didn't mistreat Squeak, as far as I know. As far as anyone knows, he didn't beat her. He didn't mistreat her. She ran the business. She wasn't unseen. She was seen in the juke joint. He made sure that she was surrounded by love and happiness throughout her life, unlike Celie. So he didn't mistreat her, but she left him randomly. And I think that that's really to tell, the future trills of the world, like, hey, don't mess with a woman that's too pretty and submissive, because they'll just up and leave.
That's a good point too. Yeah.
You know, and I have been told that directly by a previous generation of women. More than one. And I've been told that by, quite frankly, you dudes, you ninjas. I've been told that, like, not you as in you here, but in this space, I've been told stuff like that. And I don't pretend to only date prom queens, but I do simply require that the vanity aspect that you have control over, like your weight, that you maximize that. So, but yeah, and they there's always that, and I think it happens on your show too. Every now and again, somebody will say, oh, but if I had to choose between personality and this, and this, so there is this whole belief that you have to make that choice. That a woman can't have a nice personality and be physically attractive, which you prove otherwise. Bella proved otherwise. Danica proves otherwise. Melody proves otherwise. I don't know. What's high value? Not high value. Family values. The wife there, like,
Yeah.
there's evidence to the contrary. So I don't know. I don't know what they're thinking with this, but maybe they're getting their cues from this movie where, she was pretty and she was submissive, and she did just randomly leave him stuck with some kids for no damn reason.
Holding the lemonade.
Yeah, holding the lemonade for the more domineering woman. Like, okay, you're eventually going to wind up holding lemonade for the rest of your life. So why not start now? Why not start when you're young? At least she'll stick with you. At least the older, fatter heifer will be with you. Heifers are loyal. You know, Shout out to Jonathan Major. You should have got a heifer. All right. But yeah, that's the last scene. That's kind of like the end of him. The last time you see him ever in his entire acting career is him holding lemonade for Miss Sophia and the rest.
Oh, that's funny because it's true.
Yeah. Yeah, like you see Lawrence Fishburne again, you see Danny Glover again, you see Whoopi again, but the last time you see him, he's serving a coven. This is a coven at this point. He's serving a coven of domineering women. And he's not keeping his father or his grandfather company, because that's not how he gets down. So yeah, and that's it, and that's his chick. That's there. Like, yes, I left you. I left you to raise the kids.
But serve me some lemonade.
Yeah, but get me some lemonade. Get me some lemons. Oh, this is awful. This is awful. The symbolism. Some things you just shouldn't dig deep into, but you have to. But yeah, he's serving his wife and his side piece lemonade. It's just so everything awful. It's just so everything awful. I told y'all about those fat girls. I told y'all about those fat girls. All right. So Thunder Scorpion says, um, Thunder Scorpion says, so he had them both there. LOL. Listen, this movie is full of people that slept with each other under the same roof all the damn time. At that last Christmas gathering, You had situations where Suge slept with Celie, Suge slept with her husband, Suge slept with Albert, Albert slept with Celie, Albert slept with Suge. You know, Harpo slept with Sophia, and Harpo also slept with Squeak. And I got a feeling that Squeak slept with Suge. Like, and they just sit at the dinner table like everything's cool and everybody know who the father of these kids are. That is that's America. Like that is the lifestyle that they promoted, and unfortunately, here in modern times, whatever year it is right now, that is the society that we got. Your thoughts, Chantel?
Yeah, no, I agree. Where it's praised to be promiscuous, especially as a woman.
Yeah,
You can share partners.
yeah, and they don't really show all the confusion and crap that's going on with the kids and stuff. They're just like they gloss over that in this movie. It's just like a whole nothing thing. Like, oh yeah, um, and not to mention that Suge has a bunch of kids just elsewhere because she set the population of Hotwell County a new high. Yeah, secrets at the family table. You're right. I mean, it's just creating dysfunction and disorder. And why? Like is having a family with kids with one person such an awful thing? Like, why did you have to complicate it? Like, couldn't she have just gotten a sandwich? Or not the sandwich, the pies. She said pies in the pantry. Like, couldn't she just said no, thank you? Like, did all this have to happen? You know. But then again, this is Mister's fault. Like, why did you bring your side piece into your house with your submissive wife? What was you thinking? Like, what could possibly go wrong? Yeah, so there's some things wrong, some things right. But oh crap, it's late there. My bad. Closing thoughts.
Overall, surface level, it was a good movie. If you're not thinking too deep in the symbolism and stuff like that, but it really reveals just how Shug and Sophia, since those are the character we were analyzing today, are
Mhm.
manifested in women today. Like it's wild. Like it's like uh exactly like them. Be promiscuous and live your life and what kids,
Yeah.
and just do you, and then in the end when you're ready to settle down, somebody's going to be there to take care of you.
Hmm.
So live your life with no regrets, basically.
Okay. Agreed. Agreed. Now, a little bit of history on the writer of this movie. And the reason why the black community is in shambles right now is because of this simple act. So, this scene here is the defining moment of Alice Walker's life. Look it up. Alice Walker one day found she had a black boyfriend, fiance, lover, whatever you want to call it, a black man that she loved. And she found, I don't know, Playboy, Maxim, or whatever. She found dirty magazines with white women in it and flipped. And in this horror, this absolute horror that she has put on the black community, this curse that was put on the black community is all because this happened to her. She found pictures, she found nudes of a white woman in her lover's possession. I
you
kid you
know
not. I
that's
kid you not.
funny because that scene stood out to me when Shugs was like, she looks nothing like me.
Yeah. And it was random, right?
Hmm. Because why would you expect his I mean, the chick was fat in those pictures, you notice? um But why would you expect whoever he's lusting at in the magazines to look like you? Like, why would
Exactly.
it bother? Because she was married at the time. So why would he even say something like that? Like, why would that even be a concern?
And also, he's been with you. So you got to think this is not modern times. I'm pretty sure that there was a lot of curiosity about this forbidden fruit, which is white women in Georgia. Like I'm pretty sure he's seen every dark nipple. Well, not every, of course, but he knows what a dark nipple looks like. He don't know what a pink one looks like, and he'll never see one in real life. So,
Yeah,
there.
that scene was very odd to me because for her saying they look nothing like me. So
Yeah.
that makes sense then that the writer was still her, obviously. God, can you imagine? You're still mad at the fact that you found your boyfriend's porn? Jeez.
Well, it's crazy, but you know something? The prominent female YouTubers who are really doing, Alice Walker's work at present, and I'm not going to say their names, but we know who you're talking about. They all have stories that are similar to this. One of them who is just like the girl who swirls, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You know, um, she fell in love with a black dude and it didn't work out, and she's been swirling ever since and trying to create this discord between black men and black women ever since. It's like, okay, there really is a thin line between love and hate.
To think that your ex can have that much control over your life is crazy to me.
Yeah.
Just let it go. Let it go.
Yeah, and they're trying to prevent men from ever having that type of control again, obviously. But it all started with that.
But
um
they're allowing them to have that control. She's allowing her ex to have that control over her life the more she holds on to it and the more she swirls. Like, you are choosing to date a white man because that ex hurt you. It's not
right.
because you want to date a white man, it's because of your ex why you're dating a white man. Like, he still has a hold over your life.
True. But what she's doing, and she obviously associates herself with the Sophie, or excuse me, the Suge Avery character. What she's doing, and what Suge Avery is doing, is she's destroying relationships where a man has control over a woman's life every opportunity she gets. Like, oh, submissive woman, yoink, hey, just come with me. We'll go on the road, and we'll have a good time, and you could sing even if you can't sing with me. She's just going around taking people's wives, which is which is literally what Alice Walker is doing.
No, you had mentioned that her daughter had wrote something about her.
Yeah. So according to her daughter, Rebecca Walker, um, Rebecca Walker writes her mother as cold, uncaring. She only cared about the feminist movement, and she was addicted to the optics and attention that the feminist movement provided. She encouraged her daughter to have premarital sex and have a child out of wedlock.
Mm.
Here, I'll just read the manifesto. Rebecca Walker is her name. Dang, she old now. Um,
Alice is dead.
no, I think Alice is still alive.
Mm.
Rebecca was born in 1969. They're both really old, which means that Rebecca was a teenager when Alice Walker was doing Color Purple and stuff. So hold on. And I don't think Rebecca Walker ever married. Hold on. Rebecca Walker explains the rift between mother. Maybe this is it. All right, let's see. Okay, here we go. During the 1960s and 70s, some feminists thought that playing the traditional role of mother and homemaker would hold them back. but generations of women since have debated how the balance roles instead, or excuse me, inside and outside the home. One of those authors, lecturers, and mothers, Rebecca Walker. She also happened to be Alice Walker's daughter. She has written about being a modern day mama and baby love. No, I don't think that this is it. Hold on, let me see. Let me read ahead. I think this is just like her other accomplishments, but um, Miss Walker, baby love. Let's see. And I ended up throughout my pregnancy resolving more and more issues of the day and day. Let's see. It seems like she's promoting a different book. I'll find it, but wait, oh, here we go. And having a struggle with my mother over various sundry, let's see, and having to really come to the conclusion that being around her was not healthy for me anymore and wouldn't be healthy for my unborn child. And one of the reasons I wrote the book is to document those changes and the things that I've been experiencing, and having to try to encourage women to use 9 months to work through psychological stuff that needs to be resolved. Dang, it's hard to find. She wrote like a whole paper on her mother. I'm trying to see like if it's a part of this larger paper. You mentioned her mother a couple of times and recently. Let's see. But she was estranged from her mother, and feminism was the thing. The mother chose feminism over her, just like Suge Avery chose, the Chitlin Circuit over her children. And she was actually very clear as to why. It's kind of sick. Let's see. Well, I think she was extremely ambivalent about motherhood, as were her cohorts. That whole generation. Oh, here we go. I think this is it. Okay. Well, I think she was extremely ambivalent about motherhood, as were her cohorts, the whole generation. Well, she's not a boomer, but let's see. She wrote about a well-known essay called One Child of One's Own, in which she talks about how you should really have one child, because if you had more than one child, you would be enslaved to your children. Yep. This is it. She was talking all kind of crap. So her mother feels that motherhood is slavery. So you should only have one because you're less of a slave. I have no idea. But obviously motherhood is not top priority to Alice Walker.
It's a woman, yeah.
And you wouldn't be able to be creative. Yeah, because mothers can't be creative. And you wouldn't be able to be free, and you would lose your independence and your peace of mind. And she's saying this to her daughter. And that really, to me, reflected a great deal of ambivalence. She also had a poem that I discovered when I didn't know, in my early 20s or late teens. And it was a poem that she wrote about different writers and and the calamities that they were able to overcome in order to be creative. So, Virginia Woolf had Madness, and what's that? Bronx, I don't know what that is. Had something else. Okay, maybe that's a music group or something. But let's see. And well that all these horrible things that poets had to get through. I don't know where she's going with that. I think she's just justifying her own mental state. Let's see. And then she said, oh crap. Holy crap. That's where she was going. And it's an awful place. Okay, let me read the next paragraph. It says, and then she said, I have Rebecca, So basically, she's saying, listen, everybody had something. This person had this person had that, and I had you. Essentially, you are a boon like Madness. Is essentially what she's saying.
So she had no interest in being a mom, basically.
Yeah, according to her own daughter, her own Yale graduated daughter, she was awful. She would just leave her for times on end with a bunch of money and go elsewhere. So yeah,
kind of like what Squeak did with her kids.
Squeak and Suge, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, shook did it too. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's the same thing. She's not a nice person. I haven't. People are asking if she's still living. I'll look it up, but I haven't heard of her dying. But I do know that she is into women, and um, and I do know that finding the nudes or Playboy or whatever they had, whatever magazine they had back then, was
Mm-hmm.
something that she went through, and it sent her down this a completely different path.
I can only imagine how terrible a relationship with her was, though, if she treated her own daughter like that.
Yeah, well, the relationship with the daughter's father didn't last.
Yeah.
I mean, but he should have known better. I mean, she made a movie about treating niggas like crap.
Yeah.
She made a movie where that was the premise, and she basically gave a justification, like, yeah. So it's pretty bad. I'll find, because it seemed like it's bits and pieces here, but I'll find the actual article where she really just itemized her childhood. But she made it clear she was part of like this. She was part of like the literal sisterhood, like a cult. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and she would bring her daughter to the meetings and stuff, and it's a real thing, and it's awful, and it really did a number on her. I think that she had a baby deletion, the daughter, and just all kind of stuff. But she did directly encourage underage sexual promiscuity, um, with her daughter. In fact, that was the only time she gave her any attention. um, she told her that doing this empower is power, like, it's empowering her.
I mean, and it's unfortunate that this is one of the most popular movies that um black women look up to.
Well,
But
it's their 95 thesis. So Martin Luther King's namesake, he posted like, what is it, 95 theses on the cathedral wall door on the Catholic Church. And that is what sparked the modern Protestant religion, which is, what America primarily is. So just one document, one thing can really start like a huge belief system
mhm,
that spreads throughout an entire culture, and really caused a mass division between the Catholic Church and the now Protestant Church, of course. That led
mhm,
to wars. It wasn't a small division.
mhm.
So and that's what this movie is to me. That's what this movie is. It caused a great division, a great divide in the black community, and she's happy for that, because she doesn't have she's she's just an awful
And
human.
they are happy to remake it.
Yeah, Oprah is happy to bring the torch. These are jilted women. These are, I mean, like, Oprah has never, as I understand it, have had a happy relationship.
Mhm.
She hasn't. So, yeah, so misery loves company, and as a billionaire, she can create a lot of company. You know, her only company now is, of course, Stedman, who would be Harpo, a real life manifestation of Harpo,
Yeah.
and her fan base. Yeah, but Snuggles is right. All right, I would like to thank the
I
Cash App.
know. Snuggles says she's getting. I've been sleep. I'm glad you all know me.
Yeah, my bad. I know I'm talkative. I got to work on that. But thank you for spending so much time on this one. I know, because we covered two main characters, it was going to be lengthy. So I greatly appreciate that.
No problem. Donna Scarpis said, who wants this depressing movie for Christmas? But as I said earlier, if you're watching it on a surface level, it is a good movie. And unfortunately, a lot of people are watching it on a surface level. People say things like, "Oh, it's just a movie." Y'all thinking too deep. When, as I said on a previous show, nothing is just something when it comes to black people. Like, we are way too trusting, we're way too nonchalant when it comes to these things. You know, as a group of people who were slaves, we treat things so nonchalant. But hey,
True.
what can you say? It blows my mind just how nonchalant we are about these things, knowing that we were slaves. Like,
Exactly. Exactly. We're trying to figure it out, and in the process, people are, because as free people, our history is less than 200 years long, which means that we're developing a culture, unlike, say, a Chinese culture that is thousands of years old. So we're developing a culture, and there are people with vested interests to develop the culture in the way that they see benefiting them the most. And this is an example of that. You know, the sisterhood is trying to develop a culture of Harpos and Bustas and Alberts and bathwater drinkers and stuff like that to their benefit, while at the same time creating a culture of empowered, strong women. So it's definitely problematic, to say the
most
least.
definitely, most definitely.
Yeah, but I'd like to thank the Cash Apps and Super Chats, managers and moderators, those who are listening silently, and those who participate in the chat, either chat or both chats, Chantelle and Minds. Um, and yeah, this is Game Changer 00100 and Chantelle Simone. Game over. Peace.